borderline chaos with a pinch of salt. While the ceremony's about to start, I caught you red-handed. I see you in the dark, beside the bonfire, it's warmed by the flame. Feed me distractions while you're tossing me in. If I could, I would get myself out this mess. If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would get myself out this mess. If I could, I would get myself out this madness.
On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
Dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, lean on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, I take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, lean on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, I take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get
On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, lean on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, I take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get clean, lean on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, I take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get out there, check out this dope shit, man.
Pay is never down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers. Pay is never down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers. Hey, never doubt we get paid. Another day, another dollar living
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Around with the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound, with the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down.
I've got the techno on my mind, spending in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Take the body side, getting in the bumpy ride. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Techno on my mind, spending in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Take the body side, getting in the bumpy ride. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Feel it in my body. My dance moves right away. When you see
All the memories we made under the summer sun, chasing after waves, a taste of berries on my tongue, sipping on a feeling, sunny's got me healing, vibing out to your guitar. I don't wanna go yet, watch another sunset, wishing on a shooting star. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend.
Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. Now everybody from the front to the back, go, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. 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 Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back, yo. From the front to the back, go, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back, go. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Everybody from the front to the back, go. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.
Ceremony's about to start. I call you red-handed.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, gamers and MLBB fans from all around the world, let me move myself here first. Welcome to the Arena Esports Tournament powered by Etisalat by EN Ad Gaming, as well as the strategic partner Playtonia Esports as the broadcast smart partner of the stream. My name is Mary Kim. I'll be your host, I'll be your caster, and joining me here
I think
today
Burger
is
is muted.
TDS. How are you?
Oh.
Yep. How are you?
It's
I think
all good.
he's,
Thanks for having us
yeah,
today
he's all-
here. It's going to be a really interesting experience, and it's going to be really fun seeing how the teams are going to perform. I'm really excited to see the MLBB Invitational coming through for the first qualifier, and hopefully for the next coming qualifiers coming in the continuation of the months, pretty much.
And I think looking at our teams here that will be competing in the Arena Esports MLBB tournament, and this is going to be the first stage. We have a couple of really solid teams already playing here today. We got Team Occupy, which everybody knows in the MENA region. They have taken in the
Yep.
championship for MPL MENA last season, and they're going to be going up against GK Esports. And we also have our second game, Ultralegends versus Kinderheim 9, and both of these will be a best out of 3.
Exactly. Two really interesting matchups, particularly the first one, like you're pointing out. Obviously, we have to keep our eyes on both matches, but the first one is kind of the candy of the day when you look at both of these teams. One really strong one, like Team Occupy, like you were mentioning, a team that you barely need any sort of introduction since you pretty much know the quality and the potential from this team. And then also Geekay Esports, which even though they may not have a lot of results backing them up, they're still a team that may bring a lot of fight back onto Team Occupy, and based on previous results, may even bring up the surprise and take it away from them.
Yeah, honestly, I think for Team Occupy, like what you mentioned, they really don't need to introduce themselves to everyone in the MENA region. But for everyone who just tuned in, who doesn't know Team Occupy yet, they are probably one of the most solid teams here in the MENA region, and they have been very consistent ever since. Going up against GK Esports, just a little trivia, they actually gone up against each other in the regular season of MPL MENA, and it actually ended in a 2-1, but in favor of Team Occupy. So let's see if this will be a revenge match. Will it be like a 2-0, a clean sweep, or will it be a 2-1? Will we go to a game number 3?
Exactly. That's the interesting part about this first matchup. One that can be quite interesting, especially with the current state of the meta, with how some of the teams and how some of the games are going to be going with a lot of fights and how they like to focus on certain things. So I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to come through. And even if it turns into a 2-0, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pretty close 2-0. Like there's not going to be a lot of opportunities for either of these teams to give each other a breathing chance. And I think that it's going to be exciting matches when we go into them.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about what will happen in this entire tournament, because for some of you guys, I've seen some of the comments also, they've encountered this tournament the first time. So over the next few months rather, we are going to be witnessing intense battles across the maps, challenging rotations.
Yep.
And of course, there's going to be the open qualifiers, the invitational qualifiers. And speaking of that, this is going to be the roadmap for today. Like what I mentioned, it's 2 BO3s for today, and the match winners for these 2 matches, they will be heading over into the to qualify for the monthly qualifiers of this tournament.
Exactly. These teams, or the 2 teams that win today, qualifying to the monthly qualifier, will be joined by the teams that win the open qualifier. These 2 qualifiers going to be one streamed, which is the invitational one, and then the open qualifier will not be streamed, but will have matches that then later will join that monthly qualifier for the first monthly qualifier. Like we know, it's going to be 4 different monthly qualifiers that we're going to have events for to qualify for until the last one.
This is going to be nothing short of legendary, so I hope to see you guys later on for our matches.
And with
Yeah,
that in
so-
mind, like we're kind of hyping, right? The fact that we already have the 2 matches, the potential for each of these teams to try and perform today, and obviously the fact that it's the first one means that even if they are not able to perform today, there's going to be multiple chances still in the future until we reach that last final fourth multi qualifier where everything kind of is decided for the last event.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I think it's also very exciting to know that maybe the finals, who knows, it might just be a LAN event. So that is always exciting
Yeah,
for MLBB fans and even fans for other titles as well. This is something to look forward to. You get to see the teams up close, you get to see your favorite personalities up close. And I think that's already a feat for everyone here who's watching. And if ever you guys are from the MENA region, then definitely this is a tournament that you guys have to watch out for.
100%. There's going to be experiences for everyone, and even if you're not for the region, if you just like MLBB or any other game, you're perfectly welcome to come and see the event to see how these teams perform, because these are going to be some of the better teams that we have around, and they are going to give us a show, to say the least.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, these are teams that have been in the competitive scene for a long time. So obviously, I
Yeah.
think they already have a good grasp of the meta. I think it's going to be standard meta abuse by our teams, and that just goes to show they just really love using all these heroes that uh, have
Yep.
consistently been put into play ever since the start of MLBB. I think there are a lot of heroes that ever since I started playing, they were part of the meta. They were nerfed a little bit, and then they came back into the meta still. So even up until now, they're very relevant. So I don't know about you, TDS. Playing MLBB, any heroes that you're looking forward to seeing today?
Well, pretty much I'm trying to or staying close to how the current landscape of the pro scene feels like. There's
Mhm.
quite a bit of focus towards those tankier roamers, champions that really can
Yeah.
impact a lot of the games through their engaging value. A lot of them, survivability and engaging value really comes through. And what I've been seeing a lot, mainly in the ban list, much more so than on the pick list a bit, when that I'm just surprised by the amount of times that I can see this champion, but also seeing it getting banned away and the impact that it can have in some of the other games. That being said, though, high damage assassins also have been having quite a bit of presence in the ban list as well. So it's going to be interesting seeing what the focus from both of these teams is going to be. As we see in the screen, the matchup that we're kind of hyping up pretty much, Team Occupy against Geekay, what their plan will be for this first BO3. It's going to be really interesting, especially if they follow current pro trends.
Yeah, speaking of the tanky meta, I really love this meta despite the fact that this has been going on for a few a few seasons already in MLBB, and I think this is probably one of the metas that Moonton has brought out that I really love because I can't play those high mechanical heroes like assassins, so I really can't do that. So I really, if I'm
Fair
trying to
enough.
play the jungler, I love these tanky heroes. And you mentioned it earlier too, like the amount of damage will also rely on the gold laner and the mid laner. So I think there should be a high
Yeah.
contest as well on those heroes because there's only a couple of those heroes that are on top of the meta list. But speaking of, yeah, Team Occupy and GK Esports, both of them, they've already gone up against each other. Last time it was a 2-1. So let's see if GK might actually pull something off today. Maybe, surprise Team Occupy that has been again very consistent in their performance.
And it's important. I think it's really important to focus on the point where coming into this matchup, Geekay is going to be the underdog. Maybe not in a huge by a huge margin, but certainly going to be a difference in who you think is going to be the winner. I think Occupy mainly the favorite, and it's important to see what their plan is going to be here because in this sort of matchups, you want to try and bring maybe a champion that is off the off the radar, one that people don't typically pick. But if you have a really smart plan around him, can find a ton of value. And if not, you have to be able to get the priority picks on your side. You have to be able to lock down those really high priority picks that can impact the game in a really effective manner and that can take away from a lot of the value that Team Occupy may want to have.
Yeah, speaking of those high value picks that will come out in the first phase, and speaking of, this is going to be a 10 ban, if I'm not mistaken. So usually it's at either 10 bans or you get 6 bans. So that is going to be a
Yeah.
huge factor as well on this tournament, whether or not you would either take out some comfort heroes from the other team, or would you rather take out meta heroes? I don't know about you, TDS. What is that? What is your sort of approach to that situation? I mean, knowing that both of these teams already have information about each other.
Yeah, it's always an interesting idea trying to think about the way to go towards the ban, right? Because I feel like, and this goes for multiple other MOBA games and games where you do have the options to ban. Trying to go for priority picks from enemy players can be the most consistent strategy to try and go for, because you can deny really well what they are able to play for. But I feel like in the current meta state, apart from maybe the gold laners, which I feel like the pool is kind of not that big in terms of what you can try and look for when you want to have hyper damage in some instances. The rest of the pool feels a bit open. Or going to add to that, I think mid lane as well, maybe a bit of the pool not that big when you with what you want to look for. So apart from this too, you have quite a good amount of options in the other lanes, and I feel like if that's going to be the case, focusing on a specific picks can be a bit too difficult to go for. I feel like you have to focus on the meta ones and then try and go tit for tat with what's left.
Yeah, speaking of the meta, that is definitely going to be the thing every time we see a tournament that, yeah, most of these professional players are already comfortable using these heroes. And can you imagine, like, these heroes
Yep.
are, some of them are pretty new and they've already adapted pretty well on how to use them in the field. So I'm honestly super excited here for what either Team Occupy or Team GK Esports will bring out. And this is going to be a best out of three, so which means that each team will have to win two matches before they actually take in the entire series. So, if in the case, let's say Team Occupy wins the first game, then Team GK wins the second game, then we're going to be having a third game for this series. So, yeah, it's going to stretch out to a game number three. But honestly, these two teams, with when it comes to experience, definitely I'd have to give it to Team Occupy. But of course, GK Esports, they're catching up pretty fast. They're catching up pretty fast, and they actually uh, topped the qualifiers for MPL MENA. So that's already a feat for them,
Yep.
for the team.
Exactly. That's why we cannot discount them. Even though we have our favorites like we're coming through, the Team GK certainly is someone to look out for, and a team that can give the surprise, like we were talking about before as well, right? The closest matchup between these two teams was 2-1. Like, they didn't just go out 2-0 without giving any fight. They were really close to actually taking the series away from Team Occupy. So based on those previous results, maybe there's an opportunity for GK Esports to actually be able to perform. Will they? I'm not going to call it just yet. I feel like Team Occupy is still looking really strong, looking like the favorites, looking like they should have a really good grasp of the meta, and they should be able to pull it off in general.
Wow. And this is the exact same team, TDS, that took the championship title last season. And up until now, okay, they have been consistent. And looking at our drafting phase, it is going to be a 10 bans. And Team Occupy, speaking of
Yep.
the tanky junglers, the tanky heroes, they're going to be taking away the Grok here.
Exactly, a champion that I feel quite a bit consistently has been banned away. They've been able to find a lot of value thanks to the utility that it provides, as well as the great value that it has for multiple teams. And I feel like just going to be a consistent pick or banned hero. It's not going to be seen. We're not going to get a lot of chances to see it, but even if we do, it's going to be picked immediately. As well as the Joy on the other side, like we were mentioning, quite a bit of focus not only on those tankier champions, but also on the potential high damage dealers like the Joy.
Yeah, the Joy has been a priority pick ever since the last patch. It was nerfed a couple of times, but it is still viable. I think it's also a flex pick. Jungle, XP lane. We also got the Matilda that has
True.
been buffed pretty well in this recent patch, and I have seen so many Matildas, even in ranked games, as well as the Fredrin that is still very much relevant until now.
Feels like one of those heroes that you really can't discount in a lot of situations. Like, feels like in almost every point, Fredrin could be played. Just that good, it feels like. And then the Matilda as well, like you're pointing out, rising up in priority thanks to the recent buffs, thanks to recent changes, which is quite nice to see. And it provides a lot of value. Especially, I feel like I've seen the flex potential from the hero, particularly being really well played by multiple teams.
Well, you just see the teams really taking their time because this is going to be the last ban for Team Occupy. They're going to be having the priority pick here, so there's still a lot of heroes that are open when it comes to the meta. You got the Angela. I think we've seen a double support as well, the super mega sustain type of heal, and I think it originated all the way from the Philippines, where we call it ube, the ultimate bonding experience strategy. And yeah, it's pretty much everyone plays as a unit, and all the supports and the mid laner, all they need to do is just heal everyone up. And now, speaking of our first
Yep.
pick here, what can they actually start with? Martis?
It's going to be interesting because I was seeing, and Lancelot is still open, right? Like there's actually there's quite a few champions that are interestingly still open that you can opt into. We were talking about previously about certain champions that could be really good. It's not going to be either. Interestingly, Kadita going to be the first pick for the side of Team Occupy, which is not necessarily a bad option, but it's not that one that we see consistently in the first pick.
Yeah, usually this is such a bold move from Team Occupy, because usually you'd go with other picks, right? Something else
Yeah.
like either an Angela when it comes to priorities, or maybe even a Bruno when you want to have that high damage already. But this is a flex pick.
Yeah.
This is also one of the signature heroes from Team Occupy, based from the last few matches I casted in MPL MENA. So this was is a flex pick. I still don't know whether this will be a mid laner or a roamer. So pretty much Team Occupy, this is a statement from
Mhm.
them. We're gonna be bringing out this Kadita, and you can kind of see the answers from Team GK Esports. They already answered it out with tanky heroes, the Akai and the Yuzong.
Yeah, two really good engage potential plus the tankier side, like you're pointing out, trying to have their setup really well layered already before even going into multiple other picks. I think it's going to be really interesting how they're going to perform. But there's a champion we were mentioning about even before we started, the one that can find a lot of value, and then Bruno, obviously hyper carry, really effective, a lot of control, a lot of value in general for the game.
Yeah, the Eat It. I love seeing this. This is something that has, that did pretty well ever since it was released. And then after that, the Nerf
Yeah.
Hammer came. And then, you know what happens after the Nerf Hammer? It's going to disappear for a while. So I love how Mutuan was able to give it the buff that it deserves. And now it's shining as the XP lane. So again, this still does not. This composition of Team Occupy, I really can't tell who's gonna go to which lane, what roles they're going to occupy. But uh, for the last pick here in the first phase, they're going to be closing it out with the Lilia here for Team GK Esports. Quick trivia also for GK Esports. Even though they lost up against Team Occupy last time, but in terms of the regular standings, as of the moment, they're top two in the regular season.
Going to make it even more interesting then. Obviously, the matchup, the straight head to head between the two in favor of Team Occupy, but this sort of recent results can impact the morale of the team. And if they are this high up in terms of standings, going to be a really interesting matchup now. Maybe we actually are going to reach that 2-1 scenario.
Yeah, the Irritel as well, that has been a priority pick as well. I would say S tier when it comes to the meta. They definitely on top, especially with the mobility, the buffs that were given to the items of the Irritel. The attack speed is so much more fast here in this current
Exactly.
patch. So that's I totally understand that ban. And for Team GK Esports, looking at Occupy, they still don't have a jungler, and they're possibly gearing up for the fact that this might be a roamer edit. So they're also taking away options for the XP lane, like the Terizla. That is so good, and the Fanny, of course. This is also my staple ban. Honestly, I hate going up against assassins.
Being honest, I think Fanny. I'm surprised seeing Fanny going so far into the ban phase. I feel like it should have been a bit earlier in terms of what the champion provides for value and what you're able to accomplish as a team. But here, taking it away, not giving any opportunities, and then with the last gold laner getting banned away in the form of the Queen, going to try and dig deeper into the pool of carries. I think Erithel with Bruno probably the two strongest right now, and then you're looking for what else you can try and go for to get a lot of value in your carry in the form of a carry here.
Yeah, this is going to be very crucial too on what they pick. Usually I see an Ixia being picked to counter out the Bruno. The Ixia just has so much more AoE. This is also a classic pick. I haven't seen this, disappear from the meta. The Matrix has been a staple and probably one of the heroes that has so much utility under her belt, knowing that she has four weapons, she has four guns, so obviously she has a lot to choose from, and
Exactly.
definitely can pressure the Bruno in the early game. So looking at GK, this seems to be a very early game type of composition, so you can expect to be them to be a little bit more aggressive. And looking at Team Occupy, they definitely do need the time to scale up, knowing that there's a Bruno, and I think it's taken care of as well in the side lanes. It looks like it's going to be a mid lane Kadita if this is going to be the final pick.
Looks like that's going to be the case. We got both of the picks here, Ling and Ardot, going to have a lot of value here with trying to contest in terms of the damage dealing and trying to put pressure onto the main carries on the back. But like you're pointing out, I feel like there's maybe going to be a bit more early game focus by GK and trying to find opportunities to exploit the side of Occupy. It's not going to be easy, but I feel like trying to tackle the plan in that way and trying to dictate the pace of the game really early on can be quite impactful for the side of GK.
Wow, they're hovering over this Hilda, which is honestly super super annoying if you're an assassin that needs to get your resources. And this Hilda, all it needs to do is just pop that sprint, make sure you don't get your buff, make sure you have a hard time in the jungle. Now, like what I mentioned, this
And
is
it's
a
going to come
very
through.
aggressive composition from GK. So let's see
Yeah.
how Occupy will keep up, because they definitely need the time with the Bruno, although their other heroes can definitely creep up in the early stages.
It's and like you're pointing out, it's not impossible for them to try and find value early on with the other champions on Team Occupy. But with the lineup that right now GK has, right, you feel like they are going to try and have more impact early on, try and make them buy their time. Like they need to actually buy their time before they can find opportunities to play on the side of Team Occupy. And I feel like that's a really good game plan by GK. We're talking about this, right? Trying to control what Occupy wants to do, trying to make them themselves control everything that is happening and just dictate the pace of the game. Don't allow for them to have a comfortable time. And I feel like with this lineup that they have currently, they can really accomplish that in a really effective manner.
Yeah, looking at Occupy too, they have a new jungler here. This is pretty much their same lineup from last season. And looking at our gold laner here, Speedy, on the Bruno. This was our finals MVP for the last MPL MENA season. So definitely having that title creates a lot of pressure as well. And speaking of pressure, we see Shen go in here onto the purple buff side of Team Occupy, making sure that Soda doesn't have a good time here taking up his buff. We see a lot of pressure, and yep, there's gonna be more heroes to join the party. Ryujin picking up that kill, and that's gonna be GK Esports drawing in the first blood.
But this is exactly something that we talked about with the Hilda, going to be going into the enemy jungle just to mess up with them for as much as they can. But not only mess up, set up for a potential counter by the team. They are just making the life impossible for Team Occupy. They are just going into their jungle and denying them from everything they can. Obviously, Soda will find opportunities to steal third jungle, but this is just such a good setup that GK has, and just messing up with everything Team Occupy wants to try and accomplish.
Yep, they are doing a full jungle invade here on the Ling. Now, this is going to be such a difficult situation for Team Occupy. They're forcing out all of these resources that flicker out from Marrow, and they're just not letting up. Look at the gold. It's still on the favoring the side of GK Esports. And if this keeps up, this is a Ling that really wants to be able to disturb, especially on the side lanes, making sure that they pressure all the XP and the gold lane. And so far, he's still level 3, whereas Bazo is already level 4 here for GK Esports. So this is already a clear lead for GK Esports, but honestly, this is not yet the end. We're seeing them waste a lot of resources here in the jungle. They're still at it. Gosoka, once again, Soda is gonna fall. Ryujin, there's Marrow with the onwards, but they're not going to be overcommitting there because the turtle is up, as GK Esports will just going to be taking in that purple buff away from Team Occupy.
And two early deaths for Soda, plus the jungle camp being stolen. Speedy dying on the bot side, on the gold lane as well. Really bad look, and now maybe another kill on Tomorrow if they are not careful enough.
They're just not gonna give Soda that purple buff. And I think this is probably the best strategy, even if you're going up against a Fanny. So
Yeah.
they're like, okay, we can take on the Ling, but the Fanny, maybe not give that to Team Occupy, knowing that the jungler here of Team Occupy is pretty comfortable with these types of heroes. And we've already seen 3 kills already picked up here by GK Esports, quite contrary to what we said that the last time it was a 2-1, but it's still too early to tell. Like what I mentioned, this is a very aggressive composition from GK, and they're doing their very best just to make sure that Soda doesn't get anything, and even being forced away from their own jungle, forced to recall back.
Exactly, the game plan is, like you're pointing out, just mess up with Soda as much as possible, be in their face for the whole duration of the game essentially, and now maybe the Bruno going to feel the pain as well under the turret, but it's not going to be enough to survive, although Basso! Oh wait, Bruno!
Yeah, he's able to
there.
free hit. Wow, great timing there by Speedy. There's a little bit of lifesteal. Let's check out the items later on. Top side as well. We're seeing goes Torika all alone there. I don't think he's going to be able to escape without the Black Dragon form. And finally, we see signs of life from Team Occupy, but it's still not over. It's still not done. Koba is done. Finish that at a moment as Smile will pick up that kill. And this is the signal for Speedy to actually take in some gold platings here. Buy back some of the time that GK Esports took away from Team Occupy in the first few minutes of the game.
Importantly and crucially as well, not only the fact that you're able to recoup a lot of the gold that you lost early on with those trades, the fact that you were put really in a really difficult spot as Soda early on inside of your jungle, but now Bruno essentially coming back really well, although as I speak, Shen trying to force onto the Bruno, still not going to be enough. Speedy close to being fine here.
Oh wait, he sidestepped
actually
from
avoided.
that!
Ooh.
Oh my god. Wow, that's such a nice sidestep, but it's not enough. Alpha as well here on the top side. He's getting sandwiched here by 2 members of GK Esports. And Alpha, nowhere to go. A lot of CC from the side of GK, and that's going to be another kill picked up. Speedy though, that was such a nice sidestep. I thought that he would have made it out of that one.
100% agree, almost making the outlay come through. They are going to try and maybe force the fight here, though Soda already dead, and the rest of the team just going to escape after killing Soda. The turtle getting taken by Bazo in the main wall as well, which means that control for Geekay still up there. Now Speedy maybe looking for another opportunity to try and force a kill, though Shen is quite tanky.
Yeah, he just needs to go into the bush. Heal in the bush.
Yeah.
That is exactly what the Hilda just needs to do, and is creating so much space for Koba here. And now that's the first tower gone for the side of Team Occupy. So they're really gonna have to bank on Speedy here for that late game. And so far, GK Esports is doing pretty well in pressuring this early stages of the game. And we haven't seen Soda pick up anything just yet. 0-3-1 on the Ling.
The Ling is not looking at all in the best spot. Koba taking quite a bit of damage. Marrow as well, but it's not going to turn into anything. And I'm liking the fact that we're going tit for tat in multiple plays here. Like, neither team is backing down from any play. But the gold still much more in favor of GK. They know where Shen is. Marrow also kind of hovering down on the side, but they don't have a lot of measures to try and stop Hilda here.
Well, I think this is just a rinse and repeat movement from the side of GK.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you do at this situation, TDS? I mean, they're taking in everything, just making sure that Soda is starving in this entire game. And so far, 6 minutes in, I haven't seen Soda take in a purple buff.
It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, and maybe even in the future, although Koba going to get done in by Speedy there, and the counter kill, though. Really great response immediately.
We're seeing
Okay, in the meanwhile though, while we're waiting for how it's going, one quick thing I want to mention as well with how the current pace of the game is going, right? The fact that there's multiple opportunities where the push is already in favor of the side of GK, and we see the quick movement from the rest of the team, right? It's not only trying to be in the face of Soda by the Hilda alone, but they quickly push their waves, moving middle into the jungle, and they are just consistently with 3-4 members even sometimes in the face of Soda. That's why Soda feels like such an irrelevant piece right now, to put it like that. There's consistently members in his face, but it's multiple members, and it makes it impossible for Soda to really find a timing for himself.
I think at this point though, TDS, what would you do if you're Soda, right? You're being denied one of the most vital resources that you need for a match. This is your purple buff, so in order for you to spam out your energy, but hold that thought, here on the mid lane we see Marrow forcing out the black shoes. From what you can do, the jungler on the other side is already at 2 levels ahead of you. What would you do at this situation?
So typically I would think there's 2 options that you can go for, but one is essentially just giving up the game for a huge part of it. And it's, you have to wait at the very least for the rest of the team. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Smile. So ignoring that quick burst there, although there's fights happening everywhere else, Alpha as well, taking huge damage.
Yep, there's the Sha essence. Yep, that is the passive of the Yuzong, working so well. And now Team Occupy, they're just really struggling. If GK Esports manages to pressure this or keep the pressure on here, I think this is not going to look good for Team Occupy, because no matter where they go, they're getting chased. They're even getting tower dived here by GK Esports.
Yep.
That's going to be Speedy down, Hirakoba, and they're going to try their very best to siege the second tier tower. But as I was saying, that's 8 minutes in. I think GK Esports, they're just going to try to go in for objectives here, going straight for that Lord. And as you can see, Soda already just gave up on his purple buff, just making sure to push the sides, making sure that the lanes are moving, because so far Team Occupy hasn't taken in any towers just yet. Looking at the towers here of GK Esports, this is pretty much good to go up until the next game.
The game plan so far by GK Esports has been magnific. It's so good, so well done, so well controlled, in their face consistently, and they've never let go of the pressure. Like you're pointing out, not even a turret taken at all by Team Occupy. And this goes a bit to your previous question with what Soda should do, although Soda may end up dying here by himself again. Okay, he should be fine. So this goes with the question that you were asking with Soda, and one of the main answers was, although wait a second, actually a fight and a really good pick onto Costa Rica.
Yep, the fight is about to ensue here. We're seeing that GK Esports is started it up. There goes the final slash by Alpha, but he's taking in a lot of damage too, and that's gonna be Ryujin.
Too much damage.
Picking up the kill. That's 2 down for the side of Team Occupy right before the Lord will march in. I think it's super it's unwise for them to actually go for these engages, knowing that there's still a Lord that they need to melt down. And that's going to be a lot of towers taken in by GK Esports. They're just continuously pressuring in the sides here of Team Occupy. And as of the moment, there's nothing that Team Occupy can do. They haven't taken in any turtles. They haven't taken in any lords. And so far, Soda never got a purple buff this entire game. I mean, every time it's up, GK Esports is there just like this, waiting out in their jungler,
Another
making
turret.
sure that they don't get anything. And that's gonna be it. GK Esports once again up and complete 6 towers down for them. 10 minutes in. This is probably one of the fastest, and we did expect this from GK with the composition that they have.
They were running a pretty quick combo, and they are running it as fast as they can in a really effective manner. And this time I'll try and quickly make the point. Going back to the question you were asking with Soda, yes, he cannot do much because he doesn't have a lot of control of his buffs. The main choice that he has is waiting for himself to be valuable for the team at some point in the game. The problem with that is that it may take way too long. And with a team comp that is this fast, taking too long may just enable Geekay to do whatever the hell they want. And that's exactly what they are doing. Not even giving up turrets, controlling the objectives, pushing for objectives and trying to get kills. It's just so impossible for Team Occupy to find those angles. And at this point, the best they can hope for is the thing that they did previously. A quick pick that doesn't turn into a fight. They have to kill someone on the side by themselves and then move away from any sort of fight that can happen, although they are getting dove inside of their base.
Yep, they're not going to commit towards that. GK Esports knows and is respecting that there is still a tower that's standing there for Team Occupy. So this is just 11 minutes in, so they're just going to take their time, making sure that they take in everything in the jungle camps of Team Occupy before they go in for the next Lord. Probably the 12-minute Lord. I'm not so sure if they're going to wait it out, knowing that GK Esports, it seems like they're on a rush here to finish the game. And so far, GK, we see Bazo already positioning himself here in the Lord pit. They might just start it up. And Team Occupy might actually contest this one, looking at how they're moving towards the side of the river.
Well, the contest may be a Hail Mary. Even though it can work out, at this point where you're this far behind can turn out really badly. Although Bazo going to find Soda here, and they may force the engage once again. They have a perfect angle for it.
Yep, that's going to be, again, Team Occupy. Look at the damage coming out from the glooms, and Albo is down. The first one to fall. The first one to engage as well. And now Team Occupy, they're one man down before a major objective. And this is the signal for GK Esports just to take in that Lord without any contest at all. Although Soda can actually steal the Lord. This is actually one of the good things about having a Link, but he's so low. He gets taken down there by GK. And they're saying, no, not today, Soda. You're not going to have anything. We're going to be taking everything. We're going to be taking in this Lord as well. And that's 12 minutes in. GK Esports once again takes in this Lord.
I appreciate the attempt because really looking at how the game is, feels like one of the only chances you will have to actually shine as Soda. But at the end it fails, and I think that this could be the final push.
Oh man, this is looking really grim for Team Occupy. And GK Esports, they finally found their groove here. And now we see Smile as well, instantly deleting Bazo. With that rough waves, there's still the Lord though, a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too overzealous from the side of Team Occupy. But we're seeing Speedy starting to hurt as well with those kicks that he's putting out. So if Team Occupy, they make sure that they get Speedy to free hit everyone, this should be at least safe for them. Not unless they're gonna try to go in for the engage. We see Shen trying to go for Speedy. Lord is still up. Everyone's trying to melt down the tower, the mid-side tower. There's a lot of pressure here for Team Occupy, but they're going to be able to take down this Lord. This is just the first Luminous Lord after all.
And at the end, it didn't turn into the final push. With the control that they had and the good kill onto Basil, they are able to dissuade the final push potential there. Still, the damage from Bruno, like you're pointing out, it's coming through. He actually is beginning to hurt. The problem is, will he get the opportunity to actually free hit consistently? That's the main issue here. And I feel even though for Speedy has been playing really well and positioning wise hasn't been that bad, the problem is that there's too many champions that will be on his face. And it's really difficult as Bruno to just reposition consistently to how many champions are just going to be on top of you.
Yeah, speaking, oh wow. That was nasty. The tower finally took in, once again, Soda's life. And speaking of Speedy, he does have the Has Claws. So having that life steal at least when it comes to the clashes, knowing that everyone's going to go for him first. He also has the Malefic Roar for additional penetration. But Shen as well. Smile forced to use that ultimate out.
Ooh.
And we're seeing the Worldy being used there, forcing the resources out from GK Esports. They're looking to end this one. And it seems like the minion waves are here. Speedy, they're still gonna try to defend for this one. Maro really low, tanking up all the damage, but that's gonna be GK Esports. That's the problem too, right? There's so much frontline here for GK. They aren't able to take down the main problem here, which is the Lilia of Ryujin and the Beatrix of Kobaizan.
And Ryujin still hasn't died yet this game. So far so good, really well positioned, really well timed with how he's playing around with the Lilia, and you have to look for the timings against them. But those timings also require you to be durable enough, and that's something that Team Occupy isn't. They are not lasting long enough for them to get Bruno to deal damage, for Smile to deal the damage as well. It's a really difficult spot to be in, and the Lord being done in the meanwhile.
Yep, it's gonna get tugged here by GK, and once again, we're seeing the efforts here. Soda. Also, GK Esports making sure that he does not get near that objective. But Team Occupy, they need to at least contest this one. They're complete as of the moment. We're seeing Yujin going in for the engage. Mara in the middle of everything, using that Primal Rat, but from the backside, Speedy gets taken out. And that's gonna be the taunts coming in from Gostorica.
And
Double
narrow as
kill for
well.
the mid laner. And now Soda as well is confused if he's gonna be able to try and attempt to steal that Lord. But there's a lot of pressure from GK. They aren't
He's
even gonna
trying.
help out Bazo here. Temp a play. He's gonna pick it up and
Oh,
finally
listen.
really. But you know what? GK Esports has another plan. They're like, you can have the Lord, we're gonna have the victory, and they're gonna take it game number 1.
Hey, at the very least, you take your small victories if you can. Soda does get the Lord still at the end, but the game was already kind of over with those multiple kills. As we're seeing, winner for the first map of the first match, Geekay Esports had a plan in mind, executed on that plan perfectly. They knew what they were looking for, denying Soda consistently in the whole duration of the game, and essentially just make him a non-factor. And because of this, they forced a lot of bad situations for the side of Occupy. When you're essentially playing one member down, you have to wait till that member becomes a factor once again. And that never happened for Soda.
Yeah, Soda was, I would say, starving this entire match, not getting
Yep.
his purple buffs, not being able to farm well care of the rest of GK Esports, making sure that he does not get all of his resources, and making sure that they're always camping out in their jungle side. So I think this entire game, from the minute the game started, there was a lot of pressure on the jungle side of Team Occupy. So I guess maybe should Team Occupy go for like the sustain as well, because that's exactly what the GK did for this game, and this is exactly what enabled them to be a little bit more aggressive.
And that's a pretty good question to go for because it's always the scenario for the team that loses out on the first game, right? The fact that do you adapt and go for a similar comp that your enemy went for, or do you stick to your style or what you tend to go for here and try and ban away some of the things that the enemy try and play here? I feel like for Occupy, trying to go for a similar playstyle may be ideal, just because I do think that ideally, in theory, it wasn't necessarily bad. It's just that the pace of the game went by so quickly that they never were allowed to play. But if they get a slight opportunity to play, they were able to find certain peaks and certain plays that actually almost don't work out.
Yeah, they did a lot of those early game engages, and there was a lot of contest as well on the side of Team Occupy. But it didn't really work out well. We did see Speedy scaling up, but unfortunately, like what you mentioned, right, he wasn't able to free hit as much as Koba did. So that was something that even though Bruno is a power pick as of the moment, it was didn't really work out well in their composition, and it just goes to show the
Yeah.
fact that Team Occupy wasn't able to scale up well also in the entire game.
Exactly. Even if Bruno, like you're mentioning, is a power pick, you still are playing a gold laner, a carry that can be destroyed quite easily if he is not in the best of spots. And he never really found those spots to be the hyper carry that he wants to be. Not necessarily because of himself, but more so because of the enemy team. Too many faces in front of him, too many bodies on top of him as well, and it just becomes impossible for himself to actually try and carry out the fight when you have to worry about too many factors in the game, and the rest of the team cannot follow up on you either.
Yeah, that's just I guess for Team Occupy, they were completely unprepared for that Hilda pick as well. When it came to GK
Yeah,
Esports, they could have picked any other hero like a Franco to disrupt the farm of the Ling, but they didn't expect the Hilda to come out in the last. And this just goes to show the game mechanics here of the side of GK Esports. So they just know how to counter draft. They know how to pressure the side of Team Occupy. And looking at their stats here, that is massive. 21-8 here in favor of GK.
well, there was essentially control from start to finish from the side of GK Sports. It was almost impossible for them to not be just in full control of it. And I want to highlight Ruji in this game as well. Great performance on the Lilia, consistent damage, great push, ready to go for each of the fights that you were looking for in multiple places. And importantly, never giving up himself as a kill. You have to keep yourself, if you're going to play the sort of carry roles in the mid lane or in the gold laner, you want to have yourself in the best spots possible and never gave up any sort of advantage to Team Occupy at all. Just consistent performance by Ruji in this game.
Yeah, and speaking of Ryujin too, he picked up that the last item is actually a brute force breastplate, something that I pick up as a Lilia, especially if I'm going up against a lot of physical damage dealers. And taking a look at our stats again, you see the constant pressure on Alpho, on Soda. You can actually see it in the highlights later on, wherein there's just absolutely nothing Soda can do, and there's a lot of early kills given to the side of GK.
Exactly. From Minion One, you're going to see highlight after highlight after highlight of the pressure that they were putting onto Soda, on them just stealing their buffs and then killing him if possible, if not forcing him out of the jungle. So there was a lot of things to try and look for in that game, in that early game particularly, and how much they need to change going into this game too. Because now we need to remember, game one going to GK means that they are one game away from qualifying for the monthly qualifier.
Yeah, just one more win away. They're already at the match point up against Team Occupy, and
Yep.
like what we mentioned, it's going to be, uh, every week there is these qualifiers, and they will actually qualify for the monthly final. So I guess there's a lot of pressure in all of the games here, making sure that you have to win the series, and there's not so much you can do in the best out of three. I think the best strategy is to just win the first game. I think that just really dictates the tempo. So with this being said, right, there's a lot of aggression from
Yeah.
the side of GK. If they keep this up against Team Occupy, this might actually be a revenge match for Team GK. But we can't count out the Team Occupy just yet, knowing that the last time they've gone up against each other, it's a 2-1. Plus, they are the defending champions actually of the MPL MENA.
Exactly. You cannot take anything away from Team Occupy. We were hyping them up quite a bit even before the first match went through, and then now we still have to give them the right props. Full credit to GK for how they played that game and how they were able to perform, but you cannot take anything away from Team Occupy just yet. They still have a chance to try and turn it around, and based on what they are capable of from previous experiences, probably should have a really good opportunity to try and pull it off. Will they though? It's another story, right?
Definitely, because this is going to be another game. This is going to be another story, and this is going to be another set of drafts. We've seen a lot of target picks actually in the band, so I think we might actually just see it once again here in our game number two. And knowing that Team Occupy, they just need to win one more game, at least force out the game number three. And looking at the
Yeah.
stats here, looking at our teams here, it seems like it will also be a factor who will be on the blue side, who will actually have the first pick. So that is also a factor. If it's Team Occupy or is it GK Esports.
It's going to be interesting seeing who gets it. I found, based on previous tournament experience, it's usually the loser that gets the side selection, right? If I'm not wrong. So I would assume it's going to be the same case here, but maybe there's seeding in place or something like that. So we'll just have to wait and see who gets the side selection for these remaining matches. That being said, even though I do agree that I like blue side more because of the first peak value that you get, especially in terms of getting those really, really strong champions, the way that GK played with red side advantage, especially with the last pick, right? That healed at the end to try and throw the curveball and provide the extra value for the team is something that if GK is able to utilize even more so than just the in the first game, then it becomes a really scary weapon. Because now you can attack any sort of pick that the side of Occupy wants to play with, and having that last counter to really just have huge impact on the game immediately can be really dangerous to try and go against.
Yeah, like how you pointed out the surprise pick, right? That was actually the icing on top of the cake for the side of GK for game
Yeah.
number one, because it could have been anything else. They actually chose to pick up a Hilda, and that was actually one of the key things on why Team Occupy really struggled in the early stages. Imagine going up against a panda, a dragon, and an Amazon woman all at the same time. Plus, you get bombarded with the bombs of the Lilia. There's just too much to
Yep.
take for the side of for Team Occupy. Honestly, I think they would have at least able to go with the tempo if they picked up a lot more early game heroes. Because looking at the GK, I already mentioned
Yeah.
it earlier. It was like, wow, this is super aggressive in the start. So they really did manage to pull it off.
Exactly. The game plan from start, like you're pointing out, was to go really aggressive. And since they got that aggressive start, that early lead, that early control, they just consistently kept on going forward, kept on gaining their advantages. They never let go of anything in the game. And it just became impossible after that point. And if it's going to be something similar to the previous game, I honestly hope that we have similar compositions and they just go head to head really early on and just go for the kills. That is another an interesting style of playstyle, and just blood for blood and see who gets out on top.
Yeah, that's we're actually waiting for the lobby to get set up here for game number two, and this is a match point for both Team Occupy and GK. One more win, they're gonna be heading over into the next stage of this tournament, and like what we mentioned, it is going to be this will actually be happening weekly. So be sure to tune in to Arena Esports. Be sure to check out our live streams every time, and this is of course powered by Etisalat by E8. We also have our strategic partner and our broadcast partner, Playtonia. Thank you so much for supporting this. Thank you so much for giving all the players here a platform to showcase their talents. And honestly, this is a thing too that's great. Off season or even when the season is going, you just see a lot of these tournaments. And honestly, if you're a fan, if you guys just love a lot of MLBB action, then definitely this is one of the pocket tournaments that you guys have to watch out for, because there's going to be a whole lot more teams that will be competing here in Arena Esports. So be sure to follow all of our socials: Facebook, Instagram, and everywhere else on social media.
Exactly. Everything just comes in together with Arena Esports, and every value is going to be quite high here. And for every team that is participating, be it the eventual winners on just participating here for anything, still good value for practice, good value for future matches, good value to just have some fun, and for the viewers to also enjoy in general. So we still have some time to go. It is just the first monthly, the first towards the monthly qualifier. We still have three more to go after this one, so there's going to be quite a while to see more teams, more players, and more experiences like this one.
Yeah, still waiting for that lobby. I think we're gonna head directly into the game, because usually there is a break before we head over to the next game. But you know what? Whatever
Okay.
teams, they're just ready to go at it. They're like, okay, yeah, we'll go straight into the game. We're just waiting for the lobby, and I think this is also important to make sure that the players just have the best experience, because honestly, we don't want any
Yeah.
players having a hard time, especially when it comes to the lobby and everything else. But yeah, I can still fry an egg while we're waiting for this. Yeah, but yeah. Speaking of that, anything else like that you want to see here today, TDS, knowing that this is probably one of the first few tournaments that you casted for MLBB?
I'm kind of open to anything that the teams are looking for here. Like, once again, looking a bit into what maybe the pro meta is on the side, maybe a bit more focused towards the mages in the mid lane with higher clear could be another thing, because even though I do think that there was a bit of focus, feels like there was barely any attention to that, and more so onto the moving aside of the game. And I feel like if you're going to focus on the roam or just moving into multiple places, maybe you're losing out on the value that the mid lane may have. And as I said that, we're already jumping into the game with the Joy ban.
Wow, this is you're right. It's JK Esports on the blue side, so they have the priority pick this time, and Team Occupy choosing to take away the Yuzhong as well. Someone that can take away the back line, someone that can just really pressure in the lanes. And honestly, every time I see this Yuzhong turn into a dragon, you just forced to use
See
those
value
flickers,
in
forced
me?
to use
Your
those
team
sprints, and
is
this
banning.
has
You
been a
should.
consistent ban for GK. There's no difference at all. They still take away these two heroes, the Joy, the
Welcome
Fredrin,
to
and the
my
Grok as
Your
well.
castle,
team
my
A
is
comfort pick that
banning.
friend.
has been taken away time and time again here by Team Occupy, and it seems like Team GK, they might actually they have the priority pick here. I haven't seen anyone use the Novaria just yet, so it's still on top of the tier list when it comes to picking. So they can actually start off with that, but still
Your
repeat
team
bans,
is
same
Protection
banning.
bans
from the
from both
rain.
sides.
Yeah, pretty much the same first three bands on both sides, although adding the Yu Zhuang on the other side to take away from the value of the hero. Importantly, even though we didn't see him shining quite a bit, like we didn't see any highlight play from him, it was still a pretty consistent rock, right? You know what you get with the hero, and you know that you don't want to give him up just cause. And I feel pretty sure that's why you occupy just taking it out like that without really giving a second thought to it.
Wow, if this keeps up, this is actually Team Occupy. Looking at their bans earlier, there was more centered on the Fredrin and the Joy. They also took out the Valentina in the last game. That's even up until now, it is still very relevant. The last time this hero was seen, or when it was released, it was actually November 2021, and up until now this hero is still so relevant. And now looking at this, our final bans are up, so we see here GK having the
Always
prio
on the
pick,
way.
and they pick
Your
up the
team
Matilda
is
instantly
picking.
without any hesitations at all. And this is going to be such a flex pick, honestly one of the best roamers as of the current meta, and that's going to be GK Esports. Once again, this is a very aggressive hero, someone that can dive, someone that can disengage from the clashes, so this is a good start for GK Esports.
Interestingly, banned in the previous game as well in the first rotation. So as soon as it's open, gets taken away by GK. And like you're pointing out, the value in general of the hero just feels really good to see it picked and played in a lot of places. But Valentina as well as the Terizla open and immediately picked.
Yep, this is again a lot of
I am the priestess of
the
primal
instant
lightning,
CC someone
the
to set
hunter of
up,
all
because
the
the
evil
Terizla seems to be
gods.
doing that in the current patch. The Valentina as well to pick up a lot of these useful ultimates from the side of GK Esports. And seems like this time there is some sort of switcheroo. We see the Edit over on the other side, over to the side of GK Esports, and now GK still thinking on what they will pick up here. Will they actually go for the jungler already, or maybe the gold laner? But they're hovering over the Sylvana. I'm not so sure if this is going to be the final pick. It's not really good in the current meta, so yep, they're actually taking their time to pick out their gold lane, and of course, the most stellar option for the gold lane as of the moment is the Bruno, of course. So will Occupy
It's as
answer
we
out
mentioned in
with
the
the
previous
Marksman?
game. Just quickly, as we mentioned in the previous game, Bruno, even in the loss, was still really valuable.
But yeah, we actually didn't see the Bruno shine as much. But
What's your
hold
command
on,
team is
woo!
banning?
Wow, this is getting real hot here, as the Fanny will already be picked up here. So I did not expect that at all, because I was thinking they'd probably go for, the Fanny is usually revealed as the last pick. But you know what? Team Occupy's like, okay, you might actually ban away the Fanny because you're already banning away a lot of jungler heroes, so they're gonna pick it up. So if this is gonna be the case, the Kufer's already out of the option, right? Because the Matilda's here, but the Matilda can
Yeah.
still be a mid lane Matilda. Then they pick up a Kufra to just counter out the Fanny here. So yeah, I guess for Team Occupy, I guess they should ban out some heroes that they will have a difficult time going up against.
It's the risk you're running with when taking the Fanny here, right? But at the same time, it's because of what you mentioned. Last game, banned in the second rotation of bans, means that you either, if you want to secure, you have to pick it earlier. You leave yourself to the risk of getting counterpicked, because as you were saying, Matilda, really good flex potential here, and it also provides really well with a lot of the assassins that you can take into the jungle. So you just get that much value when you can play this sort of champions. And in that case, then now you're a bit more worried as a Fanny. But I like the idea of Occupy trying to be aggressive with the pick, right? To try and
Your
I am
team
the
find
power of
value
light
even if it can
incarnate.
get countered.
We are seeing a lot of roamer bans here as well. The Kaja, that can definitely be such a huge problem for the Bruno and the Matilda. The suppression is still on top. The suppression is still the supremacy when it comes to the meta, and I think that maybe a Franco as
Thorns
well
remain.
could be an
Your team
option
is
here
picking.
for Occupy. Someone to control, someone to take the backlines down. They also take away a lot of jungler options here for the side of GK. So the Akai, that really was a problem for them in the early game. The Martis as well, that can go up against Team Occupy in the early stages, and the Lancelot as well, that is good for taking in objectives. And talk about predictions. I just mentioned the Franco, and they're actually gonna be instantly taking
Yep.
it away. So suppression still on top. I'm wondering if Team Occupy has some some sort of strategy here in case the Bruno gets activated early on. Maybe pick up a Kadima here. Like, that's one of their signature picks.
Well, ideally, trying to go into the Bruno as early as possible would be the best possible choice. They are trying to set themselves up here, and I'm not fully against the Kufra, but I'm not 100% sure if it's what you want to just have in front of the Bruno as much as possible.
Well, the Bruno can't really dash as much, right? Having that bouncing ball up. So
True.
I guess Team Occupy, they have a lot of CC here. So there's a lot of CC. You consider the Terizla, you have the Kufra as well. And looking at the side of Team GK Esports, there's not a lot of CC. Only maybe perhaps the Edith there that can dish out damage. But they're hovering over the Kadita here as well. That I did mention that could have been the pick here of Occupy. So they're actually just taking their time and looking at this. They're hovering over the Lilia here for Ryujin. That was the MVP for the last game. And looking at how things are going, I guess it's best to pick up the Lilia. Just pop in that black shoes whenever someone's trying to get you or trying to take you down. And yeah, I still like this for GK. Lots of their comfort picks, a lot of meta picks being picked up here as well. And I was talking about this, the Iksha, that is the one of the counters to the Bruno in the gold lane.
Yeah, we were mentioning the potential of the hero coming through. Going to be quite nice to have as a go against the Bruno. And like you were mentioning also with the fact that there's quite a bit of CC, may end up just denying the Bruno in a lot of situations. That being said, I still really like the way that GK kind of hovered everything here, and their composition can find a lot of value with the Bruno. It's just allowing for the Bruno to get those opportunities to actually free hit, and if they are able to accomplish that, then the Bruno can shine through. But we saw that a lot of CC and a lot of bodies on top of the Bruno may end up just denying him completely, like in the previous game.
Ooh, I like this, the counters coming out from Team Occupy. But looking at their current meta, it favors the healers, it favors the heroes that have a lot of shields. And looking at this, it seems like GK has the draft working well for in the current meta. But for the side of Team Occupy, this is usually their standard picks, CCs, damage. I guess this is a much better early game for them. Let's see if Team GK Esports will actually try to invade Team Occupy here, knowing that they're a bit squishier this time. This is a Matilda that you're talking about. Earlier on, it was a different case, right? It was an Akai, it was a Hilda, so they can definitely do the invades. But you know what? They're still gonna go at it. Yeah, you know, Shen is just like, yeah, it's fine. I'm a Matilda, I can still pressure you out. But on the other side as well, we see Maro pressuring in Bazo here for the purple buff. So a lot of pressure from our roamers here.
Well, both sides trying to pressure as much as they can. Soda once again getting a bit pressure, but this time around he has more support on his side and able to secure his buff pretty easily. Maro taking quite a bit of damage though. Needs to be careful.
Ryujin on the bottom side and gets punished there by Team Occupy. They're gonna be the first one. They're gonna be the ones drawing in the first blood. Will this dictate the tempo here for game number 2? Shen forced to flicker out, and Team Occupy, they're still unable to take anything. But over on the other side, we see a flicker, almost a flicker from Koba is done, but instead it was actually Speedy flickering out of that one. One more hit that would have been his death. So GK Esports getting in game number 1-0. Match point already for them here.
Not gonna lie, surprised that there was no follow flicker there. Oh, Maro going in, but Soda this time around a bit more aggressive, almost getting the kill into Ryujin. And another death potential there.
Looking at the way Team Occupy is playing this, they've been extra aggressive as well here in this game. You see a lot of the pressure from Soda this time, right? They were like, yeah, you weren't able to make us play, but look at the damage from Bazo there. That was just almost 2 hits, forcing Soda to actually back away there. And that's a good call. They are positioning themselves here in the first objective, and this is something that Team Occupy really struggled with in game number 1, was taking in the objective because it all went to GK Esports.
They were essentially consistently pushed away. They didn't have any sort of say in what you could do into the objective. So this time around, a bit more fight, a bit more potential, and trying to contest this first turtle as best that they can.
And as of the moment, right, there's no ultimates being used yet. Speaking of the ultimates, there goes the cutthroat from Soda. We see the turtle already at half HP, and that's gonna be Team Occupy picking up. Yeah. they finally pick up the turtle here because they haven't picked any turtles in the first game. So that's going to be one objective for Team Occupy. And so far, they're starting out real strong. They disengage when they don't need to go in the clash. So they aren't a bit too overzealous in this situation. So it seems like Team Occupy, they won at least force out of game number 3 here. And it looks like they're doing pretty well here in the 3-minute mark.
Exactly. So far, much better. And immediate force into Ryujin, but quick on the fingers and escapes really well. That's the value that the Lilia provides you, right? Forcing out maybe on the enemy team and then being able to recoup yourself so that you don't end up getting killed immediately. It's a really nice value for Lilia. Ooh.
It's so scary too, the jumps here of Maro that have been so on point here, providing or enabling the entire Team Occupy just to, know when to engage, when to disengage. Speaking of engaging, here we see Shen going in for the circling eagle. That's going to be Ryujin picked up. The cutthroat, right before he could pop in the black shoes, and now Shen. Next one to fall, we see Bazo going in for the knock-up strike, forcing the flicker out from Smile. But they're not going to go for more, knowing that there's still the Kufra here of Maro that is just making it difficult for them to go in for the engage. So this is just a lot of vision from the side of Team Occupy too. Knowing where Bazo is, he might get baited out here by the side of Team Geekay Esports. They're not going to go for more, but there's a lot of pressure. But here comes Soda!
Bazo!
The cutthroat! And the circling eagle as well onto Soda, but that's still not enough to finish him off as he dashes away. 4 kills instantly for Team Occupy.
Soda gets the Vanny and it's immediately finding so much value with it. 2 kills onto Soda. Really stark contrast to the previous game where he was just getting completely bullied, and now Ryujin getting bullied himself this time around. Soda trying to find him and get another kill for his name.
Oh, now we see Bazo going in for the knock-up strike, and just one more kill away. That would have been Soda on a killing spree. And it's a good thing that GK Esports was able to do that right before the turtle, so they can actually try to start that one up. But instead, they're just gonna try to pressure this gold lane instead, because this is gonna be the matchup in the late game. And you can kind of see that GK Esports, as a moment, they're struggling when it comes to the engages, because there's just so much more that Team Occupy has to work with, forcing the black shoes away from Ryujin. We now see the circling eagle as well, but that's not the real one. That's actually Smile with the stolen ultimate there from the Valentina. Here comes Soda as well, trying to dish out damage before the turtle fight. And that's gonna be Team Occupy once again, creating a lot of pressure. And there's the engage once again from Maro. Not gonna be enough to take down the side of GK Esports. There's a lot of shields here for their side, so it's not gonna be so easy to take them down at that moment as long as Shen is up.
They have multiple members on their side, but Shen quite low, so probably not the best opportunity, and actually going to take quite a while before Shen actually is able to back away, or maybe even not going to get the opportunity to back away, which means that health-wise, it's going to be much more difficult for GK to try and force anything, and Speedy doing quite a good amount of damage onto Koba.
There's a lot of black shoes being forced out here for Ryujin. This is why you see there's already 2 deaths on his side, and you can see that Occupy's target is most of the time it's always Ryujin, the one who dishes out the most damage as of the 6-minute mark. And we see as well, this is why Soda Spanny always gets banned away. The cutthroat once again pushes through, and Shen gets annihilated, gets deleted instantly, and that's gonna be the turtle. I think this should be Team Occupy's, not unless there's gonna be a contest here.
They're waiting for Soda, but should be theirs for the taking unless there's a big blunder coming through, but shouldn't be the case at all.
Yeah, we see Soda like creating... Yeah, they actually made the turtle reset instead of going for it, and Team Occupy just gonna go for the team fights here. That's gonna be Speedy down. Alpha as well is gonna get the retaliation on Tugo Storica, but that's gonna be the gold lane traded out, so that's still some sort of advantage here for GK Esports, knowing that as of the moment Team Occupy has solidified their early game. 6 kills in, and now the gold lane still leaning towards the side of GK by just a little bit. I think it's a negligible gold lead. So we see that Team Occupy is just trying to go for a lot of these pickoffs in the early stages, making sure that they're getting kills here, making sure that GK Esports is not going to have an easy time in the lanes.
So forcing the kills in the favor for Team Occupy is not a bad choice, and they're going to actually end up losing out on the turtle. But even though the gold lead is not that big, I feel like it's more important where the gold lead is. And a huge part of that is on Koba. Oh wait, a second Maro almost dies. A huge part of that is on Koba. And the main issue here with that is that we know the potential for Bruno to hyper carry. So giving that huge amount of gold to the enemy hyper carry, even if it's not like a huge gold deficit, it's just so big. And all the engage onto Team Occupy, and both members going to be low. Speedy almost about to die as well. And here comes Mile, but I'm not sure if he can respond really well.
There's the backup, there's the cutthroat, there's the black shoes from Ryujin. There's the retributions as well to slow everyone down, but that's not enough. There's the shields from Shen, and they're going to be able to disengage from that one. Team GK Esports, right in the nick of time when the engages were so on point. And as you were pointing out, like, Koba is done. He's just doing his work, right? He has been camping out on that bottom side, making sure that the towers are moving. And if Team Occupy just lets him do his thing there, he's just going to be able to keep on farming those items. I'm not so sure what he has. Let's check it out later on. This is going to be so deadly for Team Occupy when it comes to the late game.
Exactly. It's just such a... It's not necessarily like Team Occupy is making big blunders, but the amount of space that they are giving to Koba Zan is kind of weird, not gonna lie. Like, it's not bad to try and force onto other places, but when you commit to the other side of the map and you don't find kills, in the meanwhile the enemy carries just getting stronger and stronger, then it's just really difficult to find value for your team. Soda needs to be a bit careful here, but it may be a force into a 5 for both teams.
Yeah, just when Team Occupy has been so busy trying to take down GK, we haven't seen the entire map, and so far GK Esports has been doing their work. They've been pushing, and now we're starting to see that GK Esports is getting in all their items. We see Bazo as well starting to hurt with those knock-up strikes. And there's the damage coming through from the Bruno. The kicks. He has been doing his farm on the board side now. It's starting to hurt, right? And there's so many ways to disengage from this clash. Mind you, there's still Shen here on the Matilda, so it's not going to be really easy as of the moment. Even though they do have the Fanny for the pressure, this is still, objectives-wise, that is going to be going to the side of GK Esports.
And the goal they were talking about that was very meaningful now turns into a much bigger one. They are dealing quite a big amount of damage. Ryujin, yeah, it's exploded though.
Yeah, but as we were saying that, GK Esports was just busy trying to take down the Lord. Ryujin was the only one down. He actually has the Purify though, but that's not enough to actually evade that cutthroat from Soda's Fanny. And now we see, once again, objectives after objectives are being taken in now by GK Esports. So this is their call to push in the lanes. And so far, they've taken 4. Team Occupy hasn't taken in any towers just yet. And we see Koba being so proactive. Bottom side, top side, he's just making sure that the lanes are being pushed here.
And the weirdest part is that for both games, Team Occupy has yet to take a turret. But this game was a much better start for them. It's just that they haven't pushed the issue for the actual objectives. Maro needs to be careful here, although a good engage, actually.
Yep, this Black Shoes. Maro's the first one to fall. We see the cut through coming through from Soda. That's going to be Bazo down. 1 for 2 trades. Still in favor of GK Esports. They take in the tower. There's still the Lord that Team Occupy hasn't taken down just yet. And we see 6k gold lead for Team GK Esports. This should be at least at least some of the inhibitors being taken out. Soda try to go in. Wow, that's super fast. I can never do that with a Fanny. Heck, I can't even play the Fanny.
It's a high mechanical champion. It's a high mechanical champion. Yeah. Now maybe a kill. Ooh, Soda.
Actually, yeah, that ultimate used to be called the ultimate of the Bruno. It used to be called Wave of the World, and now it's just they changed the name of the ultimate. It became Worldy. I mean, Wave of the World was so catchy. Now the ultimate was renamed as Worldy. Yeah, Worldy. Yeah, just check it out later. It's actually named Worldy. ever since the revamp. So yeah, it's something that the trivia that you guys should know about the Bruno. So every time a hero gets revamped, sometimes their ultimate's name still stays the same, but sometimes they do change it. And speaking of changes, we might actually see the change of tides here from Team Occupy. They spot out Koba with that concealed play from Maro. That is a big pick off before the Lord is up. 42 seconds. This should be a call for Team Occupy to go all the way in. You see
Well, they found another
doing a
kill as
1v1.
well. Smile though.
Oh,
the
there's
re-engage.
oh no, the re-engage from the side of Team Occupy. It was just a bait from their side, but they do get the mid later. Here comes Soda for the backup, forcing out the black shoes from Yojin. They're still gonna go at it. Alpha's really, really low as of the moment. Are they gonna go for the engage here? He's
think they can
still
find the
able
kill.
to escape. Wait, okay.
Is he?
Geekay Esports, they're very, very mobile. I think they're still gonna chase Alpha here with nowhere else to go. Is he able
He
to
actually
sustain
doesn't
this?
die.
Here comes Soda. He's still not dying. There's
That's
just
so
shutdown.
big.
This Team Occupied just beating out GK Esports. Double kill for their side, and now GK Esports getting annihilated 1-1 right after that play. And Alpha's like,
Koba is almost dead.
just when you thought that was over, it was just a bait for me. And he's still alive after all of that and is held back to half HP.
Yeah, importantly, they don't lose out on the game just because of that fight, but they are going to lose out on the Lord, and that's such a big blunder coming in by GK Esports, over-committing for a pick. Yeah, it looks really tasty to try and get the kill, but at the end, it doesn't come through, and they are able to just not only escape, but now force an advantageous position for Team Occupy. I think for the first time or second time this game, they are finally able to try and pressure the turrets.
Yep, this is the thing, TD. You know, sometimes you don't want to chase down these heroes because sometimes it's just a bait. And speaking of, Mara has been so on point with his engages, and he gets the Tyrant's Revenge on to go Storica. Even someone as tanky as him falls, and now the Goldie towards the side of Team Occupy. Here we have it once again,
We have
Alpha
damage?
versus the side of Team GK, and finally gets taken down, but at what cost? Team Occupy is now on the driver's seat. They still have the Lord here on the top side.
Exactly, but they are able to at the very least equal out the numbers. So it's not an advantage for Team Occupy as of now. They have obviously the Lord pushing, but it's not going to turn into another turret. They're just going to try and threaten the base a bit more. That being said, 4v4, it's doable, and with Koba being able to deal damage from a safe distance, you can still do a well enough job.
Yep, going to 15 minutes already, so we're slowly heading over into the mid to late game here for both teams. And I think this is what's frustrating about these last few minutes, or maybe even the late game here. It's just one fatal mistake that can actually cost you the game. I'm not so sure if you've ever experienced that, like having that one mistake, like the advantage was towards your team, and you just make this one mistake, and then everything just gets, the tides just shift for the entire team. And looking at their items here, by this time, I think all of our players should have almost like probably 5th or their last items ready by this time. So I think for both sides, it's just a matter of decision making, a matter of execution on what they want to happen here.
They were looking for the pushback, but yeah, I agree 100%. At this point of the game, one mistake can be everything. That's why we see everyone kind of close together. Any member that is caught out of position can be the difference between winning or losing the game. So you have to be extra careful about your decisions and about what you want to try and accomplish in the meanwhile.
Yeah, there's a lot of these physical penetrations, especially for Koba and Bazo as well, and you can start to see their damage really amping up at this point. But I think my main concern is that, yeah, they do have the damage for the Bruno and the Paquito here, but they don't have a lot of defense. So once they do get caught up here by the Tyrant's Revenge of Maro, or maybe even get caught up here by the penalty zone of the Terizla or the Cutthroat of the Fanny, they just have no defense at all. They don't even have any immortalities at this point. And now both teams, they're camping out on this Lord. And in terms of positioning, I think Team Occupy just has the better positioning here at this point.
100%. They have a really good spot. Oh, Soda forcing a fight and actually getting the kill onto Basso. over on the other side of the map, and the Lord being forced by Speedy. They have no control, they have no numbers. It's just such a difficult fight to now look for.
Now, Team Occupy just forced GK Esports, just baiting out Bazo. Just like what I mentioned, right? He has the damage, but he has no defensive items as well, so he can
Yeah.
easily get deleted by someone like Zoda there, just in one fell swoop. You have a Fanny just getting that cutthroat, and like what I mentioned, right? It's not be so easy to take down this Fanny, and all he needs to do is just come in, take it, click in that retribution, and take in this Lord. And this is the second Lord for Team Occupy.
Going to be quite strong for them, going to give them a good opportunity to push. And now, what can GK Esports do to try and turn around the situation? They're still not out, don't get me wrong, they still have a bit of the turrets to defend themselves, they still have a bit of control, they are not super far behind in terms of gold, especially when we're this late into the game. The gold difference becomes less meaningful the longer it goes, but you still have to be careful about your decisions, and especially what sort of fights you look for.
Yep, this is going to be once again Team Occupy still has the control here as of the moment. They have all of their tools, they have all of their resources. They're going to try to go in for the engage, and now they go in for the onward. But we see Speedy from the backside,
Damage is
just
so
taking
high.
everyone down one by one. And now we see Soda coming in to
So
do the
perfect.
cleanup work. That is 3 members deleted right before the Lord comes in. This is going to be difficult to defend.
Should be
Side of
game.
GK. Of course, they have the wave clear, but it's simply not enough as Team Occupy will be forcing a game number 3.
And in a really well executed fashion, they push the issue consistently. The Fanny we were talking about that was picked earlier for Soda, shining through so effectively. And this time around, we see Team Occupy executing with kind of what we expected, but also with what we thought was going to be ideal for them. A bit more earlier on their side, obviously not completely focused on the early game, but they still had more of a fight for them in the early game. And when the early game doesn't get shut down immediately, you have more opportunities to try and just push the issue against the enemy team.
This time, the Team Occupy was like, we have the last laugh for this game. And it all just happened
Yeah.
in that one clash where Alpha was just baiting everyone to take him down. So it was just a bait, and Team Occupy was able to capitalize on that moment and eventually getting in the victory for this round. So congratulations to Team Occupy. We're going to be having a game number 3, and what a way to actually start out this arena esports tournament, by the way. And speaking of, guys, if you just tuned in, you can actually still register and participate. So you can win a total prize pool of AED 500,000. Just visit arenaesports.ae to know more information about this tournament, because it's going to be happening weekly, by the way.
Yeah, there's still more opportunities to come. There's still going to be a good chance for you if you really want to go for it. Open qualifiers still obviously going to come through, and we have more opportunities to see this team shine through. But the teams that we have immediately on our face, Team Occupy and GK, already giving us a great match, going all the way towards 3 games now. Loser is going to be defined in this game, but also the winner, the one that qualifies for the Motley Finals. Really going to be exciting to see who can get the victory and who can change more going into this last game. We saw changes from Team Occupy. Now GK needs to adapt as well.
Yep, GK now. It's Team Occupy that has picked up the tempo here for game number 2, and it all
Yeah.
just boils down to game number 3 here on how they will play. I think even down to the draft, that should be something that both teams have to consider as well. And knowing that Team Occupy won this game, it should be GK Esports once again on the blue side, if I'm not mistaken. Or if not, it might actually be
Okay.
Team Occupy on the blue side. So we'll just find out later on. But the drafts, the picking phase is just going to be very, very crucial for both sides here in game number 3.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting seeing the changes that we saw through, because just quickly of the looking back a bit, we saw multiple champions from the previous game, from the first game going into the second game, right? The Edith and the Bruno being picked this time around for Team EK, which I think were not bad in and of itself. I think the Bruno still was one of the biggest factors to really try and carry out. But I feel like we have to call out the two that immediately jump to my head from the side of Team Occupy, which are obviously the Fanny jumping everywhere into every place, and just being almost impossible to try and lock down really easily, which makes it really difficult for Bruno to find a target to consistently kill. And then the Kufra, which, even though I feel like had certain moments where it maybe wasn't as effective as you wanted to, when it found the targets, right? When it found the opportunity to just go through, I feel like it had the turning point play where just finds Bruno on the side, locks him down after Bruno was by himself, right? Coming off of base by himself, finds the Bruno, kills him, makes the fight unwinnable for the side of Team GK. And that just makes it really difficult to continue playing because you have no carry. It's just simply impossible at that point.
Yeah, I think that Maro played this Kufra really well in this game, and I think not
Yeah.
just the setup on the Bruto, but that was one of the key factors. But I think overall in this game, he had just so many great setup plays here for the side of Team Occupy. We cannot deny it, and if we see it in the highlights later on, you can actually see him setting up the play, setting up the tempo for Team Occupy, even in the early
Yep.
stages of the game, and that's actually what made them really win this game, making sure that Soda has the space, because that was something that they really missed out on game number one. Soda didn't have the space to farm up, and it really ended up differently. And as we take a look at our score here, it's not that far apart. So 11-19, and this is where it comes to play, wherein what you do in the last few minutes of the game really do matter. And after that pickoff onto Koba, it was just one by one. GK was falling down, and Team Occupy was able to secure two lords after that.
Exactly. The control of the game just kind of went out of the window for GK Esports after the picks onto Koba. And importantly, I also kind of want to focus on, even though the game was close, the start of it was kind of weird for the side of GK. They were able to stabilize themselves, but Regin didn't have the same value that he had in the previous game. He couldn't really control a lot of the spaces, couldn't get the push consistently, and that just meant that it was kind of impossible for them to try and provide more support for Basso. A big factor in the previous game, in the first game, that in the second we really didn't notice. And that just opened up more space for Soda, like you were mentioning, and importantly, just made it impossible for them to lose out on the early game really massive, as we saw in the first one.
Yeah, even in that last clash too, I think that was so important to highlight as well. Wherein there was still a tower, but with the positioning of Speedy, he was able to delete two, and all Soda needed to do was just do the cleanup work and make sure that at least all of the major damage dealers are down for GK. And it was,
Yep,
I mean, even though they had the Lilia, right, it was so difficult to defend up against that Lord. It was a hard push, a lot of minion waves coming in, and all
yep.
Team Occupy needs to do was just lock in the tower.
And I think it also goes to show a bit of the current situation in the metagame, right? The fact that even if the first Lord falls down, it's more so on the continuing ones, because that first Lord may not force a ton, but then the second, the third one, the ones coming after that first one really can make the difference. And even if your base is almost completely open, you can still turn around the situation with effective fights, which I think it's what Occupy did, because they were actually getting pushed. We need to remember they didn't take a turret until like 12 minutes, I would say, more or less. So they were actually being forced quite a bit early on, even with the fact that they had a much better early game. It's just after the fact they just found better fights.
And now, of course, there's a lot of things we need to talk about, but check out the highlights here.
Yeah, this was a pretty early still coming in from Soda, and I think we're going to see quite a few of Soda jumping around and being able to collect a really good amount of kills, and then being able to get out of the plays without really dying. But in general, I think that the game, being as close as it was, really could have made just a couple of plays here and there could have made a difference for who ends up winning it and how they wanted to perform. Really good kills consistently seen here by Soda, and how they were able to set up for themselves.
Yamara just enabled everyone from Team Occupy, right? As long as he has that
Yeah,
set, you see that Team Occupy is able to follow up. Although there are times that GK was able to bounce back from that situation, there was the retaliation here from Team Occupy. And honestly, if it weren't for the baits of Alpha, I think it would have gone south for the side of the Team Occupy. And honestly, have to say, I understand why GK is actually banned away the Fanny in the first game. It was so difficult to deal with, and
yeah.
I'm not so sure if this will be left open once again in game number three, considering how well Soda played in this game.
And the question is, because typically, or in the first game, we saw the Funny being banned away in the second rotation of bans. Will it mean that you're going to ban it away in the first one so that you cannot give in to Soda, or will you do something similar to the first game and give it up, but still just go immediately into the jungle and try and put pressure on the Fanny as soon as possible? Like that's kind of the question mark that I'm looking for GK here. I think that the easiest choice would be to just ban it away and not try to get too creative with it. I feel like it's not a risk worth taking.
Yeah, I honestly would just ban away the Fanny at this point. And this was the crucial kill
Yeah.
you were talking about. The Bruno Koba is done was picked off before the Lord, and that was something major. And even the solo kill by Soda on the top lane, the 1v1 up against Bazo, that was also very important for Team Occupy wherein they were able
Yeah.
to get the game. And this was the
This as
bait
well.
by Alpha. Remember the day you almost
This
caught
secured the.
Alpho? He's yeah, no,
It almost
seriously,
worked
like
out until it didn't.
it did. Yeah, they weren't expecting Soda to actually come in, right? They were expecting Soda to go back into the base. They weren't expecting him to come
Yeah.
back and go in for the re-engage, and that's actually the beauty of having a Fanny, right? Like making sure that you just dive in at the right time, making sure that you pick off the take down the crucial members here, and that was one of the crucial pickoffs from Team Occupy. And once again, they are able to get in two lords, and honestly that was really difficult for GK to defend.
It just the way that the game was getting pushed consistently. We can also see here how Alpha essentially doesn't die after forcing and then forces really really well. But yeah, the way of the game that the game went after the first Lord went down, it's just consistent good fight by Team Occupy, which just was impossible to try and fight back. And in the highlights, you can see it. The setups were kind of similar, but the way that they were executed were really where it mattered. And Soda consistently finding picks into important targets, Alpha not dying consistently, and then Maro setting up everyone for success. We didn't. It's funny because it's more so on the supportive cast than the main cast. Typically, the main cast is the carries, right? They are the ones that deal the damage and destroy everything. But this time around, the supporting cast, the three other members, well, Soda is in between, I would argue, but the supporting cast more value than their other members and finding the ways to set up the team for success, which was the important part for Team Occupy here.
And then yeah, the MVP of course is none other than Soda. And considering he had such a hard time in game number one, he's finally able
Yeah,
to shine here in this game. And it just goes to show that they were prepared to pick up this Fanny, and they were able to make sure that this Fanny is able to get the resources that she needs throughout the entire game. Quite different actually from game number one. So yeah, one more match here for Team Occupy and GK Esports to determine the winner on who will head over to the match one winner, and eventually they will face the winner of match number two, which will happen later on. And of course, the winner will be able to qualify for the monthly qualifiers of our tournament.
exactly. We still have one more to go, but it's going to be an exciting one more, and the winner able to qualify for that first one. But it's the first one. It's not going to be the last one. We still have a couple more qualifiers coming through, more monthly finals as well coming through until number four. So there's going to be quite a few opportunities for most of these teams to be able to execute themselves and prove why they are worthy of the grand prize pool later on as well. But for now, we are missing one more game, and it should be a really exciting match or way to win the match.
Yep. Speaking of the tournament too, like just to give everybody an idea of what will happen here in this tournament. So we have four teams that are invited, two to qualify to the quarterfinals, and in the open qualifiers, there's going to be three regions, two qualify from each region, and hence six teams will qualify for the quarterfinals. And in the quarterfinals, there's a total of eight teams, two from the invitational and six from the open qualifiers, two to qualify for the monthly finals. And in this monthly finals, we're gonna have our top two teams both in a best out of five. So today we've seen a lot of BO3. So it's going to be a best out of five for the monthly finals. And both
Yep.
of these teams, regardless of who wins, they will already be qualified to the playoffs. And there's also a losers bracket. So there's going to be a semi fight for the third and fourth place. And this will be just a best out of three. So there's a lot of exciting things here for us. There's a lot of exciting things in store for Arena Esports. So be sure to check us out for more information. Follow us on all of our social media platforms for more information about the tournament.
And for more information about the teams that are going to be facing, there's going to be new faces, old faces, and a lot of faces to try and play out for Mobile Legends. So it should be quite an exciting experience in general as we're waiting out on the last details before we go into the last game. We also need to remember that this is the first match. There's still a second match as well after this one. So even if we end up here soon enough, it's going to be more excitement, more opportunities to see Mobile Legends today. Not even just next week, today. We have more opportunities.
Yeah, every month, right? You just heard me say monthly
Yep.
qualifiers, so be sure to tune in here to Arena Esports for more Mobile Legends actions because we're just starting out the day with three games already. So we're gonna be seeing again Team Occupy and Team GK Esports for the last time, and I think we might see a 2-1. I'm pretty sure that's a correct prediction, 2-1. But I'm not so sure who is gonna win this matchup based on our first two games. Honestly, I don't know about you, TDS. Do you have any
Yeah.
predictions on what will happen next? Do you think it's GK or T-Walk? At this point, I can't even tell who's gonna win.
It's kind of difficult to really call out. I agree with you. Like typically what tends to happen when you're in the longer series is that the one that wins the first game usually has a better chance of just completely running through and winning 2-0 or 3-0. That being said, whenever you're able to win the coming games, then the team that wins the second one has a higher chance of just winning out the series. It just goes that the confidence that you bring up with that one win can usually just carry you through the series. And this time around, since both teams are able to win one game, the one that wins the second game usually is the one that is able to take out the series. So I feel like Team Occupy, just based on that probability, has a better chance, especially based on morale as well. Soda recovering form, the rest of the members looking quite nice, and also the fact that we haven't really seen the carries still shine really heavily may end up being an important factor for this last game. But it's not to take away from GK also being a team that we know are capable of performing really well. And just as I said, that everything already kind of going through for both sides.
GK still on the blue side, and finally we see a Novaria. First time I'm seeing it. I love this Novaria because it just provides
weird.
so much utility for the entire team. The vision, the pokes it can make for Team Occupy. And finally, someone addressed that problem. They take away the Bruno, so nobody's going to be able to have that one. They do have a Bruno here for Team Occupy, and if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the picks that I remember Speedy picking up, and it's almost like 100% if he picks up this hero. I love this pick too because it's a marksman that can protect itself with the second skill, so it pretty much has that safe space. You don't really need to ensure that it has the space to farm, but the Bruno is a strong, independent man who can take on his lane even though he's alone.
Pretty much. And the ban away means that we're going to get another opportunity to see a newer champion on the gold lane. Importantly though, this time around with some of the bans that are coming through, we have the Baxia open, and it's going to be interesting seeing how it's going to perform, especially as a first pick for GK.
Yeah, the Franco still is going to be the priority ban. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kaja as well, someone that can suppress, someone that can ensure that the members here of GK are controlled, and usually it's the suppression that initiates the team fight, right? So knowing that Occupy
Yeah.
does not have their roamer yet, they could actually take away these options, and considering how Maro played as well earlier with the Kufra, he's pretty good with setter heroes instead of the usual support roles that we see as of the current meta.
Yeah, you don't want to give Maro the opportunity to just set up the team for success as effectively as it did. It's going to be the Akai once again, so a bit of takeaway from what the Soda can try and accomplish over there with the Akai, but this just opens up Maro to have not only his pick of the barrel, but anything that he wants to try and position his team in the best way possible.
Occupy now will pick up their jungler, and this is one of the things that I've seen in ranked games. over and over again. There's not a single game that I haven't seen an alpha being put into play, and it's also because of the true damage it dishes out. Considering there's a lot of tanky heroes here for GK, they still need someone to dish out the damage, someone to ensure that their late game is secured, someone that can go up against a Brody here. Usually, yeah, gold laners are all about poking, and in terms of the tier list, I would say two of the top tier marksman heroes are already out. So what's left for Koba to take here?
Yeah, it's pretty much what's left that you tend to
Time
go
and
for.
tide wait
We
for
already
no
saw
man.
the
Your
Beatrix
team
in the
knows,
first
girl.
game, and this time around it's going to be a repeat from Koba. I think performed quite well, but is this going to be the hyper carry that you're looking for, especially in this situation where your team needs quite a bit of damage on other sides, right?
Yeah, definitely. Looking at GK, this is again a very aggressive lineup that they have, pretty much similar to what they had in game number one, and they are a very aggressive team based on what we've seen. Right, as the only difference was game number two. Maybe it was also because of the draft that they had was more of supporting, more of giving the space for Koba to farm. But now Team Occupy, speaking of the supports, they actually
That's two great
take one
interventions.
themselves. And this is a deadly combo. Yeah, Angela and an Alpha, Angela and a Yuzong. This is really difficult. Plus the movement speed it gives.
Yeah, quite an interesting choice, and I think for Maro to have this sort of setup for the rest of the team going to be one of the most ideal parts to really be able to play through. So honestly, going to be exciting seeing how it's going to perform, and I'm really interested in seeing how the rest of the game will go this time around for the side of Occupy.
Yeah, I was actually asking you if it was gonna be a Marrow center tag or is it gonna be a
Oh.
support Marrow, and they actually go for the Angela. I actually tried this. I don't play a lot of Angelas, but I was like, wow, this hero is pretty fun to use. If you're lazy in ranked games, you can just pick this hero up. Be sure you have good teammates and just use your ultimate, spam your first skill, and yeah,
Welcome
you're
to
able to
Mobile
kill steal or at
Legends.
least get some assists in the game.
5
So
seconds
I like
till
the
the
buff
enemy
that was
reaches the
given to her, and I think overall the
Smash
Angela
them.
just fits in this composition of Team Occupy that has a very solid front line, someone that can dive in, and what better way to dive in than have an Angela in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty much. They will have a quite a nice combo. I actually misunderstood the question, so sorry for that. But we pretty much have our answer, so it should be a really good or a really nice showing of what to expect. Basil already starting quite well, and this time around, not a lot of pressure early on either of the junglers from both of the teams.
Okay, this is quite interesting. Looking at Smile, okay, yeah, it's going to be a mid lane Navarra, just making sure that he gets that level 2 before he goes over into the mid lane. So slight difference in terms of the rotations here for Team Occupy. The ones that we see being used in the previous meta. We see the Little Wanderer being contested there, but that's gonna be Soda once again picking up that one. And 1 minute in, we see a lot of pressure from Occupy as well. The love strays from the Angela, making sure that you get tied up. And Shen here is super low. Not so
Shen.
sure he's able to evade that. He flickers out, but Marrow is here to finish the job, and that's gonna be Team Occupy once again picking up the first blood here.
Soda.
Storica goes in, but Soda falls, and that is gonna be GK Esports retaliating after that first blood drawn in by Team Occupy.
Yeah, and the thing is, they may have gotten the kill onto Shen, but the issue was the amount of time it took to actually get the kill, right? The problem is that they took way too long, and at the end, they are able to answer back because of the amount of time that it took. Really good answer, really good counter kill there, and that means that now Geekay is still a bit ahead in terms of gold, a bit ahead in terms of value, looking for the turtle now.
Yep, the turtle is going to be the first objective here, and if Team
Oh,
Occupy
Shen.
seems like they are going to be giving it away to GK Esports, taking it in for themselves, and this is actually one of the buffs that, if not a lot of people are aware about this buff, that the turtle gives a whole lot more XP, a whole lot more shields to the team. So I think it's very crucial that GK Esports has been picking up these turtles, because Team Occupy hasn't been putting their attention towards taking in objectives like the turtles, right? And so far they've only been creating a lot of pressures on the sides here. And so far we see the rotations of Smile and Mara. They're going over to the top side.
Well, talking about the turtles just quickly, pretty much the only one they've gotten is Soda stealing in the previous game, right? Like, that's the only one I can remember from the top of my head, and it's Soda forcing a steal, not really a setup for them to actively take the objective, which is weird when thinking about the potential of the objective, really.
Yep, and now Speedy is in trouble here. Maru as well. We
rotation.
see a dive gonna be used in, and there we see the heart guard actually being cancelled out there. Maru falls, and now Speedy the next one on the chopping board as the flicker in by Koba to seal the deal, and that is gonna be 2 kills instantly picked up. But here comes Soba, but this time he's not a fan, he's just an alpha. There's a lot of tanky heroes here from the side of Geekay Esports. He's able to sustain. He's able to sustain with the assist of Smile there from the backside.
Oh, he almost died.
Quick. No, he doesn't. He gets taken down there by the alpha, or rather by the passive there of Geekay Esports, and that's gonna be 2 kills instantly picked up there by Geekay. Solid start, 2K only for them.
2 really good kills, great escape as well by Vaso there, and importantly as well, they don't lose out on essentially anything in the rest of the map. Alpha being forced here, Alpha, Costa Rica almost forcing the kill here,
Oh no,
and should be
Maru
able
as
to
well.
escape.
Yep, there is the shields from Maru, so he's still able to
All
escape.
working
But
out.
wait, hold on, Smile! Yep, and there's the Smile sticker from Bazo. He's able to invade as well, Team Occupy, but that is going to be the retribution used by Soda. So there, once again, Team Occupy is going to be giving the turtle to the side of GK Esports, so they're just going to keep doing this? Are they going to keep doing this? Because this is going to be hard, especially when it comes to the late game. Speedy! Yup, I think this is going to be it. A lot of pressure on the gold lane. Flickers out. There's the onward from Shen.
Sit it off.
Speedy's going to be the one to fall. There's a retaliation onto Zendo. And we see the turtle being picked up there. The heart guard as well being used onto Bazo, but that's not the real one. That is actually from the Valentino of Ryujin. 8 kills already on the scoreboard for GK.
Yeah, they are able to answer back onto one of the kills, even though they lose out on their carry. But overall, the way that GK is moving around and gaining control is so important. Like, even the play before the turtle was collected, right? Forcing out the Soda into a bad spot, not able to contest back onto the turtle. They don't have the resources to actually fight it back, and then the dives are so well executed down to the turret, making it close to impossible for Occupy to react on time. They end up losing out on members, even if it gets answered. And now maybe another potential play here with multiple members.
Yep, they're just actually making sure that Team Occupy isn't able to get that tower. And speaking of Occupy, you see on the bottom side, Alpha just doing his work. He has been pressured several times, but Ghostoriga has been so proactive as well in making the lanes move, making sure that Team Occupy does not get anything. So question is, last turtle is going to be up shortly. So is Team Occupy going to keep on doing the strategy we're in? They just keep on giving it to GK Esports. This is not going to look good for them. 2K, 3K gold lead already for this side as the moment.
Goldie jumping
Again, the engage comes through. There's the hard guard onto Alpho. That's 3 members up, but that's going to be Alpho down.
Oh.
And now we see Ryujin going to try to go in. There's a snipe kill here. There's a shutdown onto Ghostorica by Speedy though onto the bottom side. Solo killed by GK Esports, and they're gonna rotate over towards the turtle side, clearing up the mid wave as well. GK Esports still in the lead.
It's a really good kill to get though onto Ghostorica, and Alpo has already died 3 times, so it's not the first time we've seen this coming through, sadly for himself. That being said, with the control that they have, with the members respawning soon, last turtle spawning, are we going to see a fight for it, or will Team Occupy not put enough pressure onto it once again? Which is weird to say the least, for the 3rd time.
There's a lot of information too here for the side of Team Occupy. And finally, yes, Team Occupy, they're like, yes, let's finally get this last turtle. But there's obviously going to be GK Esports there once again, not forgetting in the objectives. And there you have it.
Basso.
The fate right before the turtle, but Basso still takes it in for themselves, and Soda falls. Alpha in the middle of everything. He's gonna get terrified. He's gonna get taken down there by Ghostorica. On the bottom side, there's another story. Koba is done. Instantly deleted there. movement speed coming through from Maro, forcing Shen to back away. But GK Esports still on the lead for this one. They got the last turtle as well.
Yeah, they get the last turtle, they get a couple of kills as well, and a turret. In the meanwhile, at the very least, Occupy killing Koba is a saving grace. At the very least, a positive note to try and live on, because the rest of the map is not looking that positive when you think about the value that you want to try and achieve. You're not getting what you're looking for, and if that's the case, you have to look for more for other places. Like, not even Speedy's in a good spot. He's 2-2-1, not the worst, but Koba has been doing a much better job, and the rest of the team is moving around way better. Oh, Alpha. That's a lot
Oh no,
better.
Alpha is just 5 that's over on his side. This is not looking good. There's a lot of engage here. Then foresees that Primal Wrath, while on the bottom side as well, we see Koba is done taking down that tower, and GK Esports still once again, they're not forgetting to take the objectives, and now Team Occupy is confused on what they have to do next, right? Map control is with GK Esports. They've given a lot of turtles towards their side, although they do have the damage as of this
Historic on the back.
time. We see Ghostorica from the back going in for the penalty zone. Maro as well, he's falling down low.
That's such
There's a
good
lot of
speed.
life steal here from this side, and Alpha goes all the way in to
Basso.
Basso. He's taking a lot of damage from
Oh, really
Speedy.
good there.
And Speedy on a killing
Maro
spree.
ends up dying,
9
though.
minutes in.
1-for-1, but that is still, they are able to kill Basso, finally finding such a good angle. And I would say Basso forcing himself a bit too much. Like, he was going way too deep for comfort, but still at the end of the day it's a 1-for-1, and they are able to still force a bit more on the side of GK. Lord spawning, are we going to see another potential fight here as soon as the members come up, or are we going to see someone dying, getting caught out on the side like Soda?
Yep, that's really Soda. You just jinxed it. Oh
Yep.
no, I just jinxed it, and it actually happened. And Team Occupy once again finds themselves losing a member, and the most important member to take away the major objective, which is the Lord. This is gonna be GK. Once again, this is their signal to actually go in for this objective. They're known to take in all of these, and so far, we're gonna be seeing Team Occupy once again gonna try to go for the contest. I don't think there's so much they can do. They can at least try to pressure the side of GK Esports. There comes the Black Dragon form and the Hard Guard. This is a call for GK Esports to move out. It's gonna be
Koba.
the Petrify onto Koba. There's the Shaw Essence. He still survives it from the backside.
really
There's the
good
snipe
kill
from
there.
Snile. And they're still gonna go at it. Alpha and Maro. Super speedy at that point. Not the player, but they're super fast. Care of the movement speed of the Angela. They have to take care of the
Oh,
Lord.
they killed
But
Koba as
now
well.
even Koba unable to go home at that point, and now GK, all they need to do, pressure in the lanes, take down the towers, taking objectives as much as they can, and Team Occupy was at least able to bounce back from that one.
Exactly, a couple of really good kills, great angle, great snipes by Smile to kill Koba and also Shen, so not giving up the opportunity even though the Lord fell down, and this just makes the Lord kind of useless in the way that the play went by. Didn't get any opportunity to push any turrets, didn't get any opportunity to get onto the base, and this just now gives Occupy, at the very least, a much better chance to actually come back to the game, although Alpha maybe getting caught out of position here.
Yep, there's the hard
Really
card
nice
as well, making sure that he's alive this time. He has already sustained 5 deaths and no more in Team Occupy. This is just a bait that Alpha is doing as of the moment, making sure that the rest of the members of GK Esports will force out their ultimates just like this.
re-engage.
Gotorica goes again for Speedy. He flickers out of that one, and Bazo at the backside trying to get Speedy. There's the hard
Bazo
guard
in the
from
back.
Gotorica. He's still able to survive. A lot of isolated flash, and Alpha once again down. Speedy has been shut down. Still unable to shut down Gotorica. And GK Esports once again find themselves in the driver's seat. Are they gonna go for more here? They're just creating pressure, making sure that Team Occupy just is contained in their own base.
The pressure will be onto the turrets, but the fight so well done by GK. And importantly, wait, that re-engage once again, they are going to get Soda almost there. In the meanwhile though, answer onto Shenso. A pick potential for GK turns into a kill for Team Occupy. And I was just quickly going to mention, because of the commitment we saw in the previous fight, that's the go signal for GK to force the fight. But as soon as there's resources back into Team Occupy, they can make plays happen for themselves as well.
The hard guard here is proving to be a problem. I think both sides, even the side of GK, Ryujin has been picking up nothing but the hard guard. I mean, there's a lot of good ultimates here, but they always, we always see that Ryujin always goes for the hard guard, making sure that they also have that additional sustain from the ultimate of the Angela. And as of the moment, 13 minutes in, 41k for the side of GK. They're still in the lead, and now here's the Lord. It's a matter of who engages first. It's a matter of who gets picked off at a crucial moment like this. And we see Gostorica being the one here first, making sure that he baits out Team Occupy to get out of their position. This might actually just be a bait. There's a concealed play here by Shen.
Ooh.
He's going to try to go for Soda, and they're unable to do so, but instead they're going to try to go for Marrow. He misses by a long shot, and now Gostorica in the middle of everything. He's
They're
able to
getting
sustain.
stuck.
There's the hard guard, so much shield. And now it's time for Team Occupy to bounce back, and one by one they get deleted. Like what happened in game number 2, deja vu for GK. And they have no choice at this point but to back away. Numbers advantage for Team Occupy, but Bazo is still up here to try and steal the Lord with that retribution.
Exactly, he has the opportunity to actually steal it, and he's quite tanky, so if he's in a good spot, they can try and force it, almost forcing the kill onto Region as well. I feel like because of the way that it's currently with Soda down, I don't think they should force just yet. But it could still work out if they force it good enough. Basso surviving for quite a bit, he's way tanky at this point. And I think that we're going to see a fight once again.
Yeah, they don't commit there, and so far all of the hard guards here of Angela has been going to Alpho here. So it's the Malfo combo. It's always been Malfo, and you see it, right? Once the Black Dragon form is up, there's a whole lot of shields from the Angela, and it just makes GK Esports back away, especially for Koba, right? The one that Team Occupy needs to pick up first. And now here's the lore dance. It's a matter of retribution here. It's a matter of who will get taken down first. It might just be a fate, so it's gonna be reset once again here by Occupy.
Importantly, Ryujin was forced to back over on the other side of the map, so this may be the go sign to try and force the play. Like you're pointing out, the combo, Malfo forcing onto Koba, and Koba can barely do anything to escape.
He gets petrified! He gets petrified
Completely destroyed.
by Alpho! Oh no, this was the same thing onto Koba as well, and now Bazo unable to escape that. Almost getting taken down, and here comes Gostorica. Gostorica trying to go in for the kill. Smile as well for the snipes at the back, and now one by one, Speedy.
It's gonna be an
You
ace.
see as well, the last man standing. It's Gostorica. It's a wipeout, and Team Occupy. They wipe GK Esports in one fell swoop clean. And now that was so immaculate, they can go straight for the base here.
Yeah, they can try and go for the push. They have the damage. They have the 5 members to try and push it. And Team Occupy, the momentum is going to carry them in. They won it out.
Oh no! Perfect execution by Team Occupy. And that's what they were waiting for. Wait for the time that GK Esports will make that mistake, and Team Occupy still closes this story in with a 2-1 once again.
Fully deserved for Team Occupy. They waited for their moment, like you're pointing out. The Malfo combo, just massive execution on it, and it just plays out amazingly. Gotta be honest here though, the way that they played it out, especially in the last fight, was amazing. They waited for the Valentina to go away onto the other side, right? They wait for the opportunity to go into a numbers advantage fight, and they focused onto Koba. Koba gets committed on, you kill the carry as soon as possible, and then it's a 4v5 in a situation that it's essentially impossible to try and stop. The way that they just played it out with their combos is amazing to say the least, and you have to give huge credit to them with how they performed.
Shout out, by the way, to the coaches here at Team Occupy that made
Okay.
this team take in this game or take in this series actually. And shout out to Coach Nabs from the Philippines as well. I actually checked the stats here, and Nabs is one of the coaches here in for Team Occupy. So nicely done. Congratulations for the two
Yep.
one win, and they were actually move over to the next round. So let's see who will qualify for the weekly finals.
Exactly, already securing their spot. Now we need to see over on the match too who is going to follow the map. But Occupy, we're already kind of hyping them up at the start of the day. Started off with a defeat, but they are able to bounce back. Smart adaptations, smart play, really good execution multiple times, and really goes to show why they are a team that barely needed any introduction. They are known for a reason, and they came to show it here today.
Yep. And super looking forward to Team Occupy as well in the next stages of this tournament. And we're going to be seeing them either battling it out with Ultralegends or Kinderheim for the next best out of three series. And again, whoever will win this next round will be facing Team Occupy to actually find out who will qualify for the monthly qualifiers. But that was such a well played game. And honestly, TDS, it's not easy to actually get that reverse sweep up against your opponent, right? Them getting the momentum and eventually
Yeah.
shifting it towards your favor.
Exactly the way that the momentum was, it just favored GK much more. And I think also the way that the first game went by, because it was such a stump of a game, it kind of could have impacted a lot of the morale and the way that the players wanted to try and focus themselves. You see Soda getting completely pummeled, you see the mid lane getting completely harassed in a lot of situations. So the way that that first game kind of went could have set up the pace for the whole series, but Occupy didn't allow for that to impact them as much. And then the turnaround in the second and third game was really nice to see. And it's all like you were mentioning, credit to the players and credit to the coaches for trying to turn around that mentality really well.
Yep, it's actually going to be Occupy qualifying for the monthly final. So we're going to have to wait for the next match and see who in between the two teams of Ultra Legends and Kinderheim will qualify for the monthly finals as well. So this is going to be quite a tournament actually for us. Like imagine Mobile
Yeah.
Legends action every week and every month. So if you don't have enough just yet watching in your local professional leagues, you definitely have a lot of action here in Arena Esports. And let's take a look at the scoreboard here, TDS.
And quickly you can see pointing it out, you see the scoreboard for Soda. Well, actually, I think this is the from the second game, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, because of the panty. So we can the scoreboard is not going to be the one from the previous game, but you can kind of get the idea because Maru performed really well in this last game as well. Alpo performing really well as well in the third game. So you can see a good idea of what their combos were going to come from. Obviously, Soda, maybe a much more quiet game, but still finding a lot of good fights and also good positioning to allow for the team to really find quite a ton of value. And then Speedy being the consistent carry that, even though he didn't get a lot of opportunities to shine, was still the rock that you needed to hold yourself with.
Speaking of that, Occupy, I did mention that Speedy is very comfortable with this hero, right? And almost all the
Yeah.
time that I've seen him pick this one up, even in the previous tournaments, it's almost always 100% win. And this was actually, again, Team Occupy just needed to ensure that Speedy has the space to free it everyone from GK. And you've seen it, right? An entire wipeout, and all they needed to do was lock in the base, and Team Occupy gets in this series once again.
Exactly, and also quickly to say as well, first time we saw Nobara today, and already had a huge impact. Like surprised we haven't seen the champion more, where Nobara just simply provides so much for the team in terms of both damage and utility, and the control that it gives you. Just feels like we have to see this hero more and more.
Yeah, definitely. Because this hero is on the top of the list, even if it's in the row position. it just gives a lot of utility. And you've seen how annoying it gets, right? When not just the Beatrix from GK Esports that's able to gun you down, even Smile is able to snipe kill everyone here from GK Esports. And
Yeah.
honestly, it's so hard to use the Novaria. I've actually tested it out a couple of times, and it's honestly so hard to be able to pick off your opponent, especially if you're not so comfortable with aiming, right? So he's done a good job,
Yeah.
and eventually, yes, this is the case, right? Occupy will be taking in that slot to qualify for the monthly finals, and of course, we still have our last match for today. That's Ultralegends and Kinderheim 9.
Another BO3, another potential to see multiple players performing to the best of levels possible, and another potential to see the match winner qualifying to the monthly qualifier, the first monthly qualifier of 4, so we still will have a lot of action, but we still have one more match yet to see, and it's going to be quite an exciting one as well.
And of course, we are going to be heading over to a quick break before we head over to the next series. So be sure to. Okay, it's different. It's different in my time zone, so I don't know what time it is there for TDS. Obviously, you're in another time zone, and everyone who's watching this tournament as well is in another time zone. But yes, of course, there's a lot of highlights in that game as well. So you guys will definitely have to check that out as well. A lot of insane plays and the Malfo combo that was seen in this entire game. So you guys better check that out here in the highlights as we see what happened, or actually what went down in that game just shortly. But for now, congratulations once again to Team Occupy.
Yeah, you'll get the opportunity to see the highlights of the whole series. There were quite a few. There were a lot of good kills, a lot of good plays, so we'll get the opportunity to see them soon.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because there's a lot of insane plays being done there. And honestly, even in the last part, right, Alpho was taken down 5 times, I think, in the early stages of the game. And then eventually in the last
Yeah.
part of the game, in the latter stages of the game, all he needed to do was just fade out everyone's ultimates and, yeah, just to seal the deal, get the job done. And I think the patience game is also very evident here for Team Occupy, right? They really held it out until
Agree.
the very last moment in when they were able to make the plays, and eventually they were able to take the entire thing. So it just goes to show their experience as well in terms of playing the game. It's just very evident here in this last 2 matches that they played.
Yeah, they have a lot of experience, great team, and we're going to get huge chances to see them close in the future or soon in the future, which is the most important part.
You get to see them later on, but for now, TDS, we're going to be heading over to a short break first before we head over to our last and final series of the day. That is, of course, Kinderheim and Legends, Ultra Legends, Ultra Legends. This is Burger Kim and TDS. See you guys once again after the break.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! this Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, 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 Abu Dhabi!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I always get cut off here, so I have to move here. Welcome back, and I hope you guys got your break. Definitely, TDS and I got our fair share of break because that was definitely a way to open up the Arena Esports tournament powered by Etisalat by EN, Ad Gaming as our strategic partner, and Playtonia Esports as our broadcast partner. Once again, I'm Kim. Together with me is TDS, and we're going to be heading over into the last and final series of the day.
Exactly, and after a really exciting three-game series, it went all the way. We kind of, not gonna lie, we were not kind of expecting it to go all the way at the start of it, but it was fun, it was exciting, it had a really good gameplay in general, and hopefully this next series is going to follow suit on that, because we have two teams that maybe in terms of name are not as known or as powerful as the previous two teams we had before, but are still going to be really exciting to see and could give us a surprise if teams are not careful enough with them.
Ultralegends and Kinderheim. I have seen, actually, I've heard of Ultralegends. The last time that they were up was actually during the qualifiers of GK Esports. But of course, what is everyone fighting for here? It is a total prize pool of $1,000. Of course, the first placer gets 650, second placer gets 300, followed by the third and fourth placer that also gets to take home 150 and 100, respectively.
Exactly. The good part is that you can take a good piece of the cake if you're good enough. So at the very least, there's going to be good payouts for almost everyone. And as we saw before, and right now, the tournament roadmap already having one of the teams qualified for the monthly qualifier, Team Occupy, is already secured to go there. Now we're missing the second winner, which is Ultralegends and Kinderheim, plus also the open qualifiers that will seed into the monthly qualifier. Those are not going to be streamed, but are going to happen in the meanwhile before the first monthly qualifier comes through. Importantly, we will have invitational and open qualifiers for each of the monthly qualifiers until the monthly qualifier number 4.
I love how this tournament is actually a best out of 3, because sometimes in
Yep.
an open qualifiers like this, we only see like a best out of 1, right? So there's really no way to
Yep.
go. It's like do or die already in the first match. So I love how this just gives so much more opportunity, so much more room for teams to play out their cards well in the entire 3 matches. And we see that we actually saw that happen for Team Occupy in the previous series, wherein they were able to reverse sweep GK Esports that took in game number 1. So let's see for Ultra Legends here. The last time I've seen them is the qualifiers for MPL MENA this season, and actually GK Esports was able to qualify for MPL MENA this season, which is the reason why Ultra Legends is not in. Kinderheim 9, let's see how they will perform against Ultra Legends that have gone head to head with GK Esports.
Exactly. It's not going to be an easy matchup. Ultralegends, like you're pointing out, a bit more name, a bit more knowledge on what they are able to, or at the very least, going to be able to try and showcase. Importantly, I think that the most important part is the fact that Ultralegends, not on the MENA side, right? The fact that they kind of are no longer there because of GK is maybe a call out to them to try and showcase their strength even more, and we're going to see if they are going to be able to perform, because even if one team is maybe not as known as the other, that still doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity for them to showcase themselves.
Definitely, this is the time to actually showcase what you got, right? And who knows who's actually watching all of these games here in Arena Esports. And thank you so much once again to everyone who just who has been tuning in, who has been keeping us company up until now. It's actually
Yep.
1 a.m. here, my time. So it's fine because I'm a
Damn.
nocturnal person. So this is pretty much my active hours. So I'm loving that I'm having a lot of MLBB action here in Arena Esports. And I can't wait to see our upcoming match here. Again, 10 bans for both of our teams here. We haven't seen so much on contemporary picks just yet, even in the previous series. So let's see here with Kinderheim. This might actually be the time to make those lesser known heroes shine, because almost all the time we see that teams use and abuse all of these meta heroes, right?
Exactly. This is kind of the best opportunity. We kind of hinted to it in the previous match where if you're considered the weaker team, then you kind of would look proactively into these weirder picks so that you can try and have a better chance onto the stronger teams. This is the true place where we see it through because Kinderheim, they don't have really a call out to say that they are a strong team. So they should proactively look for these weirder picks, off meta picks, picks that are not typically seen, that can find them value, and that can maybe force a ban out. This is something that I feel like not a lot of teams think about, but off meta picks, more times than less, if you're able to play them, force bans out. And that means that now meta champions that are really, really strong are open to everyone because you have one champion that you cannot go against at all.
Yeah, speaking of the teams too and the meta, apart from all of that, I think for both Kinderheim and Ultra Legends, the last time that they've gone up against each other was I think, yeah, earlier. Oh wait, last month. So the last time that they've gone up against each other in a friendly tournament, it was actually Kinderheim that took in the series, winning up against Ultra Legends. So let's see if that will still be the case, because so far Team Occupy did the exact same thing in series number one. So we're seeing a lot of these still the standard bans here coming through when it comes to the meta, the Fredrin and the Matilda being banned away.
Exactly, not much difference compared to the previous series. Just a quick thing, this is why I like to have like this sort of previous results to current tournament, because even though one team may be expected to be a bit better, you know that there's always opportunity for the other team to actually surprise everyone. And then following it up with the Valentina, which we saw quite a bit of in the previous series, I think to great success, but also to lesser success, especially in the third game where we didn't really see the value of the champion shine through.
Yeah, someone give this girl a break too. Like Valentina has had the most nerfs ever since she was released, and this girl
Yeah.
hasn't gotten any breaks just yet. She's always on top of the ban list, if not getting picked. So I honestly really feel for her because ever since she was released back in 2021, she hasn't gotten a break. She's still on top of the list, and I think it's because of her kit as well. The fact that she can still steal your ultimate is such a crucial thing, which is why the teams continuously ban her out even up until now.
Exactly, and overall, that's exactly why we still see her present, but that's kind of the price you pay for being one of the strongest. You either get picked or get banned. There's no in between, and that's precisely what Valentina will keep on facing, kind of, I feel like, in the near future as well. Novaria on the other side, ban, we saw the power of the Novaria, the value of the snipe potential, plus the extra support that you can provide for your team, so no big surprise coming in with that particular hero getting banned away. And then the Akai, which I feel like it was more banned than play, and even when it was play, I feel like it was more the team giving him enough support than the champion itself doing marvelous things. So it's interesting that they are keeping up on the ban, and maybe in the future they end up just leaving it open.
It's still 100% win rate on the Akai. Not 100% ban rate. Although what's really good about the Akai is the fact that you can pretty much isolate a lot of members in one corner, especially if they're up against a wall. You can sandwich like 4 or 5 members. That's crazy. And even the export here that I haven't seen. Yeah, I was about to bring up the other meta heroes, but we were often like Team Occupy and both Team Occupy and Team GK Esports, they both already know what to ban out. So we don't really take into consideration other heroes, but this is another hero that has been shining here in the current meta, the Baksha. Fast rotations, anti-heal. This is such a solid start here for Ultra Legends.
And until it lost, it was doing quite well, in all honesty. Like, the champion actually performed really, really well in the previous matchup. The problem is that I feel like it kind of let himself go a bit too much in the previous series, and this time around, maybe with a bit more control, it can really showcase its full strength, because I think that we saw how tanky, strong, and valuable it could be for the team.
Yeah, the Terizla too is someone that makes the plays. And ever since there was a buff on the penalty zone, this has been one of the staple picks, one of the cryo picks for the teams. And speaking of CC2, they seal it up with the Kadita here in the first for the first two picks. This is absolutely deadly now on what ULL or Ultra Legends will pick here for the second phase. They have to deal with the threat of the Kadita. They have to deal with the threat of the penalty zone here. So the Bruno is still up here. Or they can go for maybe the Brody or the classic Beatrix here for the gold lane. So there might actually be the center bans towards the gold lane later on if these teams don't pick it up just yet.
I kind of feel like the Bruno here may be a bit of a bait pick by, or a bait forced out by KD9 because of the fact that they have so much control on the side of KD9. Like, technically speaking, the area control that they have is really powerful. It's going to come with the Pyramid though.
Now we see the Fire Mist being put into play here. Now this is something I haven't seen though ever since the nerf, and more of the meta shifted into having the setup tanks, the hard CC. So the Fire Mist, ever since the nerf on the ultimate, when it was a revamp, it was actually really good. But after a while, it's still, I think it's still relevant, pretty much like the Valentina, but it really works well with certain compositions. Both teams haven't revealed their gold laners just yet, so I think there might be a centered ban towards the gold laners here in the second phase.
I agree 100%. This seems like the perfect opportunity to just take a bit of the pool out of the way and then just try and play with what's left to the best of your capabilities. Because at this point, you just take away those champions, and the rest of the game feels pretty similar in that sense.
Chivalry is dead.
Ooh, there you go. There goes the bans on the marksman heroes. I wouldn't be surprised if Iritel or Bruno will be taken away here. Or maybe just take away the Beatrix, because everybody just loves that hero. You haven't seen a game that... Well, I haven't casted a game that either it's banned or it's picked. So I always see a Beatrix ever since. So I think it's pretty solid, right? There's a lot you can do with the Beatrix. And even up until now, I think this is the reason why it is almost always in the draft.
We'll finish off what was left undone.
Minotaur getting banned away as well. I was just going to say, people love to explode things, so I understand why they like to play the Beatrix in reality. But it should be a champion that can be looked into. I think particularly for the setup that right now Ultralegends has, the Beatrix could be really, really good. Like, you don't need a lot of setup for it to shine through, and then in terms of what you need to accomplish, you don't need to worry much about the zone control that the enemy team has. It's the Iritel on the other side as well.
Now this is this is going to be Ultra Legends. They're going to be the second pick here, which means that Kinderheim will get to choose their marksman first, and that will definitely dictate the tempo of where the draft of Ultra Legends will go. So looking at this, the Bruno is still up here for the other side, and I think they definitely need to shred apart the armor here of Ultra Legends, because they have pretty much a very solid two tanky lineups here for their first two picks, and then a Faramis as well to sustain.
The options are really good for trying to go to. I was thinking about it though. Is the Bruno 0% win rate so far today, actually? I think it hasn't won a game so far.
I think, wait, they did. They were able... Geekay was able to... Oh, no. Yeah, 0 wins on the Bruno.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
I think
now that
Bruno
you
has had
mentioned it.
0 wins so far.
Is it like...
So I'm kind of thinking if it's going to be considered a bait pick.
Yeah, they actually just chose to go for the roamer first, making sure that they know who they're going up against, right? At least they know now it's a Brody. So I honestly don't know why this Brody isn't picked often, because this Brody is just so good. I think one of the most underrated marksman heroes, more underrated than the Beatrix and the Melissa, that has been usually those are usually the heroes or the marksmen that get picked up, but the Brody is just so good at the lane. Someone that can protect, someone that can also deal an insane amount of burst damage. This one was being hovered over on the other side, and I honestly don't know about this one, but I guess they could make it work as long as you get those pressure points up, as long as it can get to pop that crossbow tank. It should be okay, right? But looking at the composition here, there's an insane amount of sustain from Ultra Legends, so they just need someone to shred apart the armor. Not so sure if the 1-1 can do that.
They are going to actually opt into the 1-1. I was thinking Beatrix should be in a fine spot here when looking at what you're kind of facing, but opting into the 1-1 maybe not the worst of choices, especially if they can keep the control like they kind of are looking with their composition in general. Like they have quite a bit of control in terms of zone control and trying to not give enough space for certain heroes. And if that's the case, I can see the 1-1 getting the opportunity to get multiple hits and multiple opportunities to attack.
Yeah, the 1-1 is someone that has also had a very rough time in the previous patches. Can you imagine the insane amount of nerfs this girl had to go through? Pretty much like the Valentina. So every time that, ever since this skin was released, actually, ever since the skin was released, the Emerald
Conveniently.
skin, continuously getting the nerf hammer. So honestly, I do feel for the 1-1. It's still viable, I would say, but you have to make sure that this 1-1 wins the lane. So Jock 7 just has to win the lane here up against Casper. Other than that, that it would be a hard time because knowing the current meta, right, it just really favors the supports. And so far, we're seeing a lot of the Angelas win the game. So as compared to like center tanks like the Kufa, it still does work, but it does favor more of the healers as of the current patch.
And also, as we saw in the previous game, the Angela with someone that can just dive into the backline can be so chaotic to try and deal with. And this time around with the Baxia just jumping into the backline, I can see this Angela just being the biggest chaos possible for Kinderheim 9.
Have you ever encountered that? Like having a game wherein you thought that you were about to get that kill, and then the enemy's Angela just goes in and pops in that ultimate, and pretty much you have to go in for the engage just so to make sure that you don't waste that ultimate. So that does happen, and I think this will be the tempo as well for Ultra Legends when it comes to the clashes. Whoever, as long as Ball is able to pop up that heart guard, it will be a signal for Kinderheim to actually back away. Other than that, like Ultra Legends just has this upper hand as well. They have a double support, by the way, in the mid lane.
Trying to play with the double support. I was going to follow though quickly with the fact that even though that's the case, one of the big things that I do like about teams playing against the Angela is baiting out the ultimate. There's instances where if you're able to bait out the ultimate in the first instance without blowing as many resources, then you can actually just follow up onto the engage as soon as you have the control back, and then it's actually not that difficult to go back into the fight. So I can see that being one of the things that Kinderheim 9 forces, but I'm not sure how effective will it be consistently.
We see Throw Boy as well. Yep, they're not going to go in for the engage. That's a Martis you're talking about. You don't want to give it the kills, but as of the moment, right, we see the two teams, they're going in for the pokes. They're going to ensure that all of their members at least gets poked before the major objective, which is a turtle. This was one of the key things that made Team Occupy win, and now we see Surreal once again going in for Naomi here, making sure that he's unable to reach Throwboy here. He has the ultimate as well as at the moment. He can pop in that cult altar at any moment. And speaking of the ultimate, here comes the dragon. He joins in the party. Turtle's still up. Let's see who will secure it. It's actually going to be Kinderheim stealing it away from Ultra Legends. There's a penalty zone. Kinderheim picking up the first kill. The rough waves isn't enough, and that's going to be the call for Ultra Legends to back away, but hold that thumb, make that 2 kills for Kinderheim 2 minutes in.
The engage force by Kinderheim 9 not only securing the turtle, but also the team fight victory in a really effective manner. And already, compared to the previous series, we have teams contesting for the turtle and forcing fights in their favor. Huge play, huge execution, and it's going to be now Kinderheim 9 with the control of the early stages of this game. It's still not obviously completely against Ultra Legends to try and find something, but the way that they are setting themselves up for success, Kinderheim already looking really, really good.
Yo, Surreal has been playing this Kufra so well. He's been diving in, and he's not so frugal about the flickers. As long as he can get someone in, he's willing to make that risk, right? So as long as Kinderheim can be able to move forward, and knowing Ultra Legends, they don't really have a hard time except for Throwboy here. So they can definitely pressure out their two mid laners here, Ball as well as Naomi here, that doesn't really have the best of the best defense.
And it's a champion, it's a hero that you can really take advantage of in a lot of situations, especially one bit of CC can really just lock down enough for Naomi to end up getting killed. So I would really like to see them focusing the Naomi in the mid lane and trying to get as many opportunities as possible to go for the kill, especially with the Kufra.
Oh, yeah, and then Kufra here, Surreal hasn't left that top side yet, making sure that Jock7 is comfortable in that top lane, ensuring that the Angela isn't causing too much trouble. There's a cult altar right in the nick of time by Naomi, and now it's all down. Throwboy as well gets the ultimate, and there's the jump once again by Surreal. He doesn't go for the Tyrant's Rage, and now everyone's real low here for Kinderheim. They aren't able to get any kills, but there's still Roll and Throwboy gonna be bouncing away from that one and unable to get anything. Everyone was really low at that point, right? That could have been a kill for Ultralegends, but they were unable to take anything.
The fact that it was actually just a 1-0 in favor of Kinderheim 9 is kind of surprising, but yeah, Ultralegends could have made that play much more in their favor. It's just that the immediate run away from the side of Kinderheim 9 was really well executed, and then they didn't give enough opportunity for Ultralegends to find a slide angle. With that fight in their favor, they gained control of the turtle, another objective in their favor, and quite a bit more control to their side.
You see Ultralegends as well moving towards the top side, right? They are unable to contest for the turtle. Actually, most of the time, if they try to make a play, Kinderheim is most of the time they are prepared for this. And now we see Surreal going in for the jump, going in for the dive. He's unable to get fall there. But there's a lot of pressure here on the top side. We see a 3-man make that 4 members rotating towards this top side. I'm not so sure if they're able to defend up against this tower, but if this keeps up, this would be Jocks winning that in. But now we see the dive. There is the crossbow of tag. 1, 2, 3, double kill for Jocks. Another one falls. But it's not enough damage just yet. But did you see that? 3 kills instantly for Kinderheim. No answers just yet for Ultralegends, and it all started with the jump of Surreal, enabling everyone from Kinderheim to make a play.
There may be good healing, but the fact of the matter is that the burst is just so quick that healing may not end up coming through. It's so well executed by them, although Swagger and Ego may end up getting killed here. Yep.
Yep, and here we see Surreal. Cult Altar has been popped here. And now Jock7 trying to get an angle there to pop in the crossbow tank once again. But we see the Petrify onto him. He's the first target. Oh no, Kunai's a little bit too deep in.
Turn around.
He gets bursted down there by Dr. Miracle, saving the day for Kinderheim. And now Ultralegends, after everyone's low, they're gonna try their very best to push this tower. But you know what? The rest of Kinderheim is not gonna be giving it away. And looking at the towers here, same thing as what happened with the Team Occupy earlier on. All of their towers were still pretty much good to go for the next game.
Exactly. They left the tower taking for the next game. They pretty much didn't do it in the first game, being honest here. But they were able to bounce back in a really effective manner, and maybe that's the way that Ultralegends is going to try and look for. Because one thing is clear, right? Their combo still can be really, really good. If they are able to get their ultimates down together in a good enough team fight, we can see them being able to turn around a really tough situation. But as of now, Kinderheim just have way too much control and way too much power in the start of this game.
Yep, the ultimates are being used early on, right? And even that, yep, Ultralegends aren't able to get anything. And now the Cult Altar, all the ultimates have been expended. And now Jock7 once again able to pop that crossbow tag. Here comes the Dragon to the rescue. Going in for the back line. But now it is going to be Kinderheim falling down 1-by-1. Here, Kunai popping in that Black Dragon form at the nick of time. Unfortunately, Jock7 still needed a whole lot more damage, and it's a good thing too that Naomi had that Cult Altar being popped up at the right time.
Exactly, like you're pointing out, Naomi with the ultimate there, really huge value, plus the extra value as well from the secondary support. You have so much survivability in that play, and we see there a bit of what you were talking about with the 1-1. Not enough damage to try and get the kills down means that there's not enough opportunities there to make the most out of the play, and what looked like such a good initial start for Kinderheim 9 with the turtle getting obtained by them ends up falling into 2 kills for Kunai. Kunai has been on point with those ultimates and those engages.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the petrified too on the Jox was a really big factor. Because if he didn't get that petrified, that would have been at least Jox getting in the crossbow of tank up once again, and Naomi wouldn't be able to pop in that cult altar. But now we see, okay, there's a bush play. Ball being forced to use that purify. He's still
So quick
alive,
escape.
healing everyone from the backside, and still able to get in the throw boy, using that ultimate so perfectly. And now they're going for the chase here. There's Kunai around the corner. Willie's gonna be the target. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet. He doesn't have the penalty zone, but Ultralegends is not gonna be overextending in that clash, knowing that there's a whole lot more CC here for Kinderheim.
That was so much healing to keep there. Oh wait, they re-engage onto Swagger and Ego by
Yep,
himself.
he
in
gets
this spot.
petrified. Oh, that was nasty. All the ultimates being thrown at him. Can you imagine? He was just at that push and he's like minding his own business. And the rest of Ultralegends was just willing to use all of the ultimates up. And of course, that was the jungler, right? This is big for Ultralegends. They
Yeah.
can start up this Lord, but the problem is Kinderheim is just pretty much willing to contest even without Swagger in the picture.
They have the opportunity to try and contest, but I feel like at this point Ultralegends not super far behind. They have quite a strong engage potential and are looking aggressively for maybe a pick before the fight, or maybe to force something before Swagger and Ego comes into the fight. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get our first 5v5 of the game with the Lord already getting started.
Wow, okay. I see a lot of the ultimates being used early on, right? Ensuring that Throw Boy is alive, is making sure that he's also Ball is able to get in that ultimate right in time. There's a shutdown onto Dr. Miracle, and now we see as well the Cult Altar being popped, able to sustain the members of Ultralegends, but
That's
it's going to
so
be
well done.
Ultralegends having a whole lot more sustain, and now it's Swagger and Ego, the only one left, forced to run away back to the base, and now this is the call for Ultralegends. They take it, the Lord, finally safe and sound.
The start of the fight with the early ultimates was so interesting from Ultralegends, but you have to give full credit for the victory there to Naomi. The Paramis ultimate on point to save the situation, not allow for the Angela to end up dying, and then turning around every commitment from Kinderheim on its head. Kinderheim was looking like they maybe get the first start to the fight and they get the kill into Ball, but it didn't turn out like that. Clutch ultimate, clutch timing, and really important win, gaining the first Lord of the game, and also now maybe looking to try and push into the base.
Now we see that Ultralegends as well is being extra confident here, knowing that they have a whole lot of sustain here with their double support. And I love seeing this. The last time I've seen this was like patches ago. I love seeing the double support meta that has been a meta here in Southeast Asia, and even up until here in the MENA, they have adjusted quite well. And now we see an engage from Surreal. He gets chucked down real low, but Miracle from the backside trying to get Ball, but it's not enough. They're still able to survive with their health back up once again, and all Ball needs to do is just keep healing everyone from the backside. He hasn't get picked off just yet, and as you can see, Kinderheim is always trying to go for the Angela first. A lot of pressure on the side of Kinderheim. Black Dragon form has been used, and now this is the call to go in for the engage. There is the penalty zone. There's a lot of engages here. The Cult Altar has been popped here as well. They could go for the dives, but Ultralegends is going to be backing away from that one, respecting the tower that Kinderheim just has. But they got what they wanted, 2 for non-trade in favor of Ultralegends.
Yeah, maybe if the Varani's ultimate doesn't get cancelled there, I can see them trying to force a bit more. But at the end of the day, like you're pointing out, they got kind of what they wanted. They forced into the base, they had multiple waves pushing, they had a lot of damage already into the other turrets in the base, so they have a lot of control to play around with. They don't need to overexert pressure because they know that in the next push, with everything back in their favor, they should be able to just try and close out the game.
You know what's really frustrating about Kinderheim here? They have tons of damage, they have tons of CC, but they're unable to do anything because there's the Cult Altar, there's also the Heart Guard, and most of the time you see Casper in such a good position that he does not get picked off. So either Dr. Miracle has to take away the damage stealers, but at this point, at this time, right, pretty much Ultra Legends has been playing out all of the clashes really well. And can you imagine how they were able to shift the tides here? Earlier on was Kinderheim. All towers still up. 13 minutes in, they get the first Lord, and it just shifted the tides to this. 7 towers already taken in by Ultra Legends. And speaking of the Lord, here it is, the first Luminous Lord of the game.
They already took the 7 turrets, and now with this Lord, maybe they end up taking the game. But the positioning, looking on the back, this angle can actually be so good. And immediately engage, but they have the ultimate value again.
Oh no, there's a cult altar, and that is Kinderheim,
So
unable to
well
do
done.
anything about that situation. 1-1 still Kinderheim, despite the fact that they went in for the concealed play, they were the one that got outplayed. Casper still had that flicker, and now once again, Ultra Legends picking up the first Luminous Lord of the game.
Such an amazing display there by the side of Ultra Legends, forcing now on the spot. But yeah, the execution on each of the members from Ultra Legends has been amazing. The double support, just not letting anyone find value. And this is kind of why I think the Kinderheim play is a good idea. The initial thought is right, because if they find Casper out of position, or Bull or Naomi, they burst them out before they even get anything done, then the fight looks way better for Kinderheim. But because you cannot burst this 3 target, it's almost impossible for them to actually win the ensuing fight when everything is down on the table.
Yep. And now we go for the final push, the possible final push. There's a penalty zone, but there's a sustain as well from the cult altar. 1-1 again. The members of Ultra Legends are falling down. They get the shutdown onto Casper, but at what cost? The members of Kinderheim, 1-1, they're down. The taunts are coming in, and Ultra Legends, they get it. Game number 1.
And the cost was everything. They may have gotten a couple of kills, but it's not going to be what you were looking for. And like you can see, the winner of the first game of this match, Ultra Legends, with a great performance, playing to their composition's strength. They knew what they drafted, and they knew what to play for with their comp, executing on it in the best manner possible, and at the end, taking the victory as best as they could. Looking forward to the game 2 now after this display.
Yeah, we can see that definitely at that moment. You see Kinderheim just gritting their teeth on how frustrating it is to go for the clashes.
Yeah.
There's just at that point, like I was gonna ask you, but then the clash already happened. I was like, who do you take down first, right? There's Angela. Do you take down the Faramis? Do you take down the Brody? And I think that last fight they just went for the Brody, but they completely forgot there was everyone else, and there was still the Lord. So pretty much that kill didn't really matter for the side of Ultra Legends, and they were able to get in the major objective, which was of course the base, and getting in the victory for this round.
I feel like the biggest issue there in that last fight, particularly in terms of who do you go for, is that it's way too late now to actually have a good target. Because if this was 5 minutes before, where you still have a bit more of a closer game where you can try and decide your targets, then you go for the one that you can blow up first. But at this point in the game, where even if you blow up someone else, you still don't win out the fight, like we saw later in the last fight of the game, then it's just really difficult for your decision making to make the most sense. Like it kind of falls into you have to blow everyone out pretty much, because if not, someone can just outplay you.
And how do you blow everyone up? I mean, it's so hard, right? Like there's the cult altar, and
Yeah.
even Jocks can't really do anything at that point, right? Like when you see the cult altar up, oh come on, everybody just has to back away. And the insane amount of shield as well from the new item, which is the Flash of Oasis, which actually makes the support heroes work really well. I've actually tried this in ranked games, a double support, and it works really well. So you can kind of see
really strong.
how supports have been so underrated for a long time, and I'm so happy to see them shining once again here in this current patch.
Not gonna lie, I'm not a big support fan myself, so I'm not gonna say I'm happy that they are getting their shining moment. But that being said, I agree. Like the playstyle for the double support really can come through, especially when you have such a strong front line as well to back you up. Because I feel like even if you're not having the biggest amount of damage, as long as you just outlast your opponent, it's really easy to be able to kill them eventually. But when your opponent doesn't have the damage to kill you before they outlast you, that's when it becomes impossible to actually play it out. And the double support really is able to showcase that.
Yeah, as we can see, right? In it was actually a close fight. Like we see Ultra Legend struggling a bit, especially during the times where Casper was just getting in his items. And by the time he
Yeah.
did get it, right, it was able to pay off for the entire member for Ultra Legends. They were able to get the win. And of course, who is the MVP? Obviously gonna be Naomi popping in that cult altar. And not to mention that the cult it's not just the cult altar plus I think it's the damage as well of the Faramis. He built this to
I
be
agree.
a mage Faramis, so it's magic damage. It's usually you'd see like pause 5 Faramis users, they just build it up to be a tank, but this is actually a lot of magic damage coming out from the side of Ultra Legends.
And I'm kind of feeling that it took off guard a bit of the members from KD9 because sometimes they maybe didn't expect the amount of damage they were receiving, and that made it really difficult for them to maybe gauge how much they wanted to force fights or how they could take fights. That being said, I also think the timing on the ultimates by Naomi was immaculate. Like it saved so many good fights by Kinderheim, and it turned the tide really effectively. So huge props to Naomi for the game, really well played and deserved MVP.
Yeah, I think for Kinderheim, right? I was wondering, I was kind of iffy about the one weapon. I do get the idea wherein, yeah, there is a Faramis, right? And what better way to,
Yeah.
you know, outplay the Faramis is to have the one poke up the weakness points and be able to get that crossbow tank. We did see it, yes, twice only, but after that, it was just Casper's game entirely from the mid game
Yeah.
up until the late game when he got the items.
And I also think the 1-1 kind of showcasing a bit of the lack of value that we were kind of prefacing before going into the game, right? Like, it's not like the 1-1 was inexistent. There were fights where you could see the 1-1 trying to carry out and actually make the damage come through. But the issue is that when the game went longer and longer, you were lacking damage in certain instances. And I feel like maybe more burst or more of a hyper carry could have salvaged the situation for yourself. As we're seeing the highlights here, you can see some of the fights, how they are close in terms of the health bars from multiple members and could have just really gone either way with how they were forcing it.
Yeah, there was a lot of good engagements here as well by Surreal, but unfortunately, by the time that Kinderheim really needed it to re-engage, it was really difficult for them to find a situation. I was actually a little bit worried for Casper here. There was a lot of pressure on his side, and you did mention it, right? It was pretty much Kinderheim's game in the early stages of this map, 5 minutes in, and eventually it just shifted to Ultra Legends after Casper was able to scale up.
It's as soon as the fights are more playable for Naomi in the mid lane, like you can really see the difference there. And then Casper, with being able to actually auto attack, really made the difference in some of those fights. Like the scoreboard really tells you a bit of the story in the early start of the game. 7-1 in favor in for kills in favor of Kinderheim, but then a huge a huge side change here when this fight happened, where the 1-1 was almost able to kill a couple of targets, but at the end it didn't matter. Naomi with the big ultimate just salvaging a lot, and this is kind of the turning point for the game in favor of Ultra Legends.
Yeah, you can see that even Jock Seven's crossbow tank didn't really do that much as long as Naomi had that cult altar up at the right time. And this was, wow, a 5v1 situation where everyone was pretty
Yep,
much willing to use up all those skills onto Swagger. And
they wanted to
this was a
kill.
time where yeah, they did. And now the last Lord, I think this was, yeah, I think Ultra Legends was able to get this one.
And this is the fight where it almost could have been disaster if they killed Paul immediately, but the ultimate timing by Naomi was immaculate, and it just makes it impossible. Casper gets the free hit, escapes really easily, and then everyone else just follow up onto what they were able to accomplish. Like most of these fights look really close in terms of the health bar, but the timing from Naomi with the ultimate is just makes it close. Like it creates an illusion where it looks closer than it actually is, pretty much.
Plus the fact that you're not dealing with just the hard card of the Angela. Oh, this was another one. I love this one. If Casper didn't have that flicker at that time, I think this would have gone south
Yeah.
for Ultra Legends. But he did have that, and he did of course have the hard card and the cult altar, which made it so difficult for Kinderheim. Imagine that, getting the pouring out all of your skills, but getting nullified by the cult altar and the hard guard at that. So yeah, after this, I think it was such an easy time for Ultra Legends to get in the base, and they did get in, of course, Casper in this match, but it didn't really matter. All Ultra Legends needed to do was have that Lord knock in the base, and it was game over.
But importantly, though, this is a BO3, right? So even though Kinderheim 9 ends up losing this first game, they still have an opportunity to try and turn around. We saw in the previous series, Occupy loses the first game, but they turn around and then win 2-1. Maybe that will be the case for Kinderheim, or maybe now the side of Ultra Legends can try and close it out. But we still have games remaining and potentially a good series ahead of us as well.
Yep, we're going to be waiting for game number 2 shortly. And of course, it is going to be the match point already for Kinderheim 9. One more win, and they will be able to qualify for the monthly qualifiers alongside Team Occupy.
Exactly. One more winner, one more qualifier for the monthly qualifier, plus the remaining open qualifier spots that are going to not be streamed, but that are going to be playing soon enough. And looking forward to the second game, potentially for also a change in sides. We saw something similar in the previous series as well, where Occupy lost the first one, changed sides towards the red side, and that last pick ended up being quite nice to have in their arsenal to try and have as much value as possible. This time around, will Kinderheim change sides, try and look for the first pick, try and find something different? I think maybe they look for the double support themselves, but it feels like their playstyle is more aggressive, maybe looking to try and burst early on. So something similar to the first game we saw between Geekay and Occupy, where it was super aggression, go really early on into the enemy jungle and try and just keep the pace of the game going as soon as possible.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Speaking of, like, everybody here is just giving it their best, and honestly, I was like, everybody's of course fighting in for the glory, for the name, to be the champion. And apart from that, of course, they're going to be getting in a lot of money. I actually just googled how much this is. If you register and participate with Arena Esports, you get to win a total prize pool of the currency of UAE, and it's actually 500,000. So I think for my currency, that is a lot. I think you can buy so many things, right? You can just visit, of course, arenaesports.ae to know more. But of course, we're going to be bringing in the action for the games. We're going to be heading over into game number 2, TDS. What's going on here? What's happening in our draft?
Yeah, and already we're in deep, finalizing the ban phase. They did change sides, so it's going to be KD9 over on the blue side. And importantly, taking away one of the main factors in the previous game, the Varanis getting banned as the first ban for the side of KD9 in the previous one.
Yeah, of course, that was one of the major problems, and they actually missed out on that last ban, though, which actually gives so much more opportunity for Kinderheim 9 to pick up what they want here. Looking at the current meta, there's still the Fredrin, there's still the Joy if you're talking about the meta picks, but again, KD9 should be, since this is already a match point for Ultra Legends, they should be going for some of their comforts. The Matilda has also been open. Unfortunately, it wasn't banned away. And yeah, the Fredrin's being covered here. One of the best combos, I would say, to go alongside the Matilda, but it is going to be this time Ultra Legends stealing it away from them. I believe this was banned away in the first game, so we're going to be seeing it for the first time here today.
I think the first time we've seen it today. So going to be really interesting seeing how the Brethren is going to be played around. Valentina as well, open. It's going to be instantaneously picked, and I really like having the champion, the potential that it gives you, and the overall value can just be really well paired with a lot of the other heroes. Now on the other side, with Matilda, we saw the potential of the flex. Could be looking for a good mage in the mid lane to try and have as much clear as possible to follow up, or have a bit more of a hyper damage dealing assassin in the jungle as well.
Yeah, they're hovering over the Layla. I don't think this is gonna be the final pick though. Although I would have to say that
Maybe.
going up against a
Chivalry
Layla
is
is
dead,
really hard,
and
especially
I
if
will
that person
revive
knows
it.
how to use it. The Fredrin, I'm anticipating an Angela pick here for the side of Ultra Legends. It just
10
works so
years
well with the Fredrin,
of
an insane
imprisonment.
amount of sustain for the Fredrin. Plus, if you pair it up with the shields of the Angela, that would work so well. I actually wanted to see like a Matilda Fredrin throwback to like seasons ago, but you know what? They're not gonna go with the Angela. That might actually be banned away here in the second phase. They close it out with the Bruno, and like what you mentioned, TDS, not a good day for the Bruno.
It hasn't been a good day so far. Maybe this is the time where it finally, when we lost all our hopes for the Bruno, maybe it's the time where it finally actually delivered. So I'm
3,000
going to wait and see if it's
worlds,
going to work
and
out,
not
but
a
the Mart is
single
getting banned
worthy
away.
foe.
It wasn't bad by Swagger and even the previous game, but I feel like it got caught out of position a couple of times that it kind of affected a
I
lot
would
of what the
rather
champion was able to do.
betray the
And then the
world
Yuzong,
than
I
let the
feel such
world
a strong
betray
champion
me.
so far today.
I do understand the Yuzong ban coming in here. It's so hard to go for the
Yeah.
engage, right? And knowing that there's that dragon on the top, plus it has that petrify that can just absolutely delete you, especially if it has the backup. And it's just so great for zoning, especially when it comes to objective taking. The Yuzong is just so good. So I
Now
understand
Akai
that ban.
enters the
The
scene.
Akai still being taken away. I've only seen it once here in
When the
this
body
tournament so
suffers,
far. And the final ban
the
is going to be
spirit
the
blooms.
Benedetta here. Someone that can take on the Terizla actually in the XP lane.
Exactly. So I do like the band coming through there from the Benedetta and also the Akai. We saw it in the first game, the hyper aggressive style, and that's what I kind of thought KD9 would try to look for going into the second game. So maybe the ban is going towards that idea, right? The fact that the Akai can be a bit really active, a lot of based plays can be played around with the Akai, and I think that's the idea what the ban coming through as well here and in the previous game.
Brawl went for the Angela in game number one. Are they gonna go for the same tactic here, knowing that the Fredrin just works
A
so well
punch
with
for
that
a
hero, but they're
punch.
not gonna reveal their roamer just yet, knowing that the bans have already been out. This is a lot of burst damage, especially coming from the Bruno, coming in from the Paquito as well. That I haven't really seen so much. Usually I would see like the Lapu Lapu or maybe even an Esmeralda to go up against the Teresa or an X-Borg actually, but it has been banned away. So XP lane matchup, this is quite interesting. They're hovering over a Fanny as well. I am not so sure if this will work up against the lineup here of Ultra Legends.
Could be a dangerous decision to go for here, but this could also be the good amount of burst that maybe you're looking for. Although this is a hero that we haven't seen much from today, and could be an interesting choice for Swagger and Ego to try and have another good damage dealing hero.
Are completely different.
And the
Oh
Grog as well.
wow, they lock in the Grok. And now, okay, this is a mid lane Matilda. I haven't seen this for a while. The last time I've seen this was also seasons ago, so it's so nice to see this once again. That the Matilda is not only just a roamer; it can also be used as a mid laner here. I'm not so sure about the AOE, although I wouldn't say that Ultra Legends has a lot of AOE here. It's pretty much the same. Now, what will Ultra Legends go for it here as the last pick? Angela, but I think it's so hard to pick up the Angela here, knowing that there's a lot of heroes to pick you off. There's the Grok, there's the Lancelot, and there's
Yeah.
also the penalty zone from the Terizla.
Kaya.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Well, there was still the
Suppression still
Kaya,
on
so the
top.
setup there not going to be a bad setup for Ultra Legends all in all. I do think though that even though it's going to be a Matilda in the mid lane, I actually like the potential damage and control that they were able to draft on the side of KD9. And I'm actually excited to see the Grog because we haven't gotten essentially any opportunity to actually see the champion performing and how much value will it be able to find itself in.
I am not so sure here about the composition of Kinderheim 9. They do have the shields from the Matilda, they do have the sustain, they do have the setups here with the Grok and the Terizla. But my problem is, how do you burst down the Fredrin here? This is going to be really tanky, right? The Fredrin, I think even the Kaja and the Paquito should have a bit more sustain here. So my only worry is that they will only have to rely on the Clint here, Jock 7 for damage. Not unless like Swag. I'm not so sure if Swagger and Ego is going to be building this Lancelot to be a tank Lancelot. I'm not so sure if you know that was a thing, like a Lancelot that's built as a tank back when the tank meta was still a thing, and then you only use the Lancelot to dive in to get in the objectives. And I don't think it works with the current emblems, but let's see if how Swagger and Ego will build this. But so far, I think he might actually build this to be a damaged Lancelot.
I kind of feel like following in that. I feel like the way that the game will go kind of needs him to go that damage oriented Lancelot more, because they need to have that follow up. You cannot depend only on the Queen this time around. Like, you actually need to have someone else.
Well, they definitely need all of the extra help that they need to get here for Kinderheim to force out a game number 3. And looking at this, with how aggressive Ultralegends is as of the moment, being extra confident as well, knowing that they are already on the match point, and Kinderheim, they have this composition that can pretty much disable Ultralegends in the clash. So we're seeing as well a lot of disruptions here on the farm of Throwboy. And so far, they're still working around the tank support meta. And I think the main factor here for Ultralegends should also be the Kaja, right? The suppression, the someone to pick off either the Clint or Miracle here that dishes a lot of damage.
You have to be careful about the potential of the Kaya here, but in general it should give you a lot of control. Like you're pointing out, the suppression value going to be really good. And I think that trying to play around the Puno with the Kaya can also be ideal if you're trying to not go overboard with what you're able to achieve. But not a lot of action early on.
Yeah, I think they're willing to give up the turtle in order to pressure Casper there on the bottom lane. So we don't really see Kinderheim going to the turtle. Okay, hold that thought. They actually do go in for the turtle. I thought that Swagger and Ego was actually going to stay there a bit longer, but they're actually going to go and start out this turtle already being tugged here by Ultralegends. They're going to be starting it up. No engages just yet here for both sides.
Neither side forcing just yet, although now onto Surreal, they are looking really aggressive onto the turtle goes to Ultralegends. Oh, but the first block.
Okay. Yep.
Oh,
they're still going at it. Yep. Oh, one more hit and that seals the deal. That's going to be Ultralegends picking up 2. But Kinderheim. Oh, no. It was Ultralegends that picked up the turtle. So, again, another good start. They're going to go straight towards this purple buff. And Swagger and Ego, bottom side as well. We see that Casper is struggling a little bit when it comes to the pokes of the Clint. Definitely has more advantage. We see Ultralegends as well rotating towards that side.
Going to be a much better advantage, although Naomi already down here misses out on a bit of damage, but still not going to be the end of the world. The important part is, like you're pointing out, 2 kills plus a turtle already collected for Ultralegends. Huge control to start it up in a fight that was maybe looking a bit more positive for Kinderheim, but the turnaround, the amount of damage, the control of that ball had in that fight was just simply so good for them.
We see the Haskell's being picked up here by Casper. And you actually see Kinderheim, bottom side, Jox actually forced Casper several times to go back into the base to recall and just get his health back. So perhaps like a few times he would have had he would have missed a couple of gold cards there. And we see that Ultralegends knows this is going to be the problem. Jox doesn't have the flicker, and on the bottom side, he's in trouble. There's the backup from Kinderheim. On the bottom side, they're unable to get the pick off though. Throwboy able to sustain. And now we see the rest of the party here. There's the wild charge onto 2. And here goes the dash. Phantom execution out. Unable to get anyone. And Surreal is the first one to fall. Ultralegends still on the lead, on the driver's seat, as Kinderheim is struggling to find the opening.
Oh, Lucas on the back. Looking for Miracle, not going to find enough play there, but still they are forcing so well with their heroes. Brethren on the side is alone, but should be fine enough, and they have now stay over on the turtle. They are starting it, but should be careful. Their hurl bars are a bit low on a couple of champions.
It's only Throwboy here positioning. They're gonna go in here for the engage. It's Ball. He uses it to disengage, but it's gonna be Throwboy once again. Dr. Miracle is the first one to fall, and now we see Kinderheim once again pulling down one by one. Casper taking everyone down, and Jox, the only one left, as Ultralegends once again gets an almost wipeout.
Throwboy is the master of the jungle so far, getting the objective and then moving in immediately with the support of the team, just controlling everything out there. Such a well-played fight for the side of Ultra Legends. Their control is magnificent, and they are looking to move out not only after taking the mid lane turret, but also looking for the experience lane as well, to try and just gain complete control over the map.
That is a lot of damage and sustain coming in from Throwboy. Imagine being able to soak up the damage. You're also able to take down, I mean, go up against 3 members here. And you see Ultra Legends. They're just grouping up here. This is the ultimate bonding strategy, and even Surreal, someone as tanky as Surreal, is unable to do that. And we see Swagger just forced to push the lanes instead here. Pretty much like the Ling of Soda in game number 1 from Occupy, Team Occupy rather.
Exactly, kind of finding what you're left with, pretty much, because you have no more say over in the rest of the map. Your jungle is already getting collapsed on multiple times by multiple members. You're picking what's left for you, and if that's the case, what can you accomplish as Swagger and Ego? Already was looking kind of difficult with some of the damage difficulties they were going to face, but Fredrin already starting to shine so heavily, and this is why it's been banned essentially every game before.
You know how you come into a buffet real late and all the good stuff are gone? It pretty much feels like that for Kinderheim. They've been trying to get in resources here time and time again, but Swagger hasn't been able to get anything because it's Ultra Legends taking in all of their jungle camps, and even up until now they aren't able to, you know, freely camp out, freely farm in their jungle side. They actually just get picked off. And while we're talking about that bottom side, we just see Casper doing the work there as Stroboy still alive. That's like 5 minutes of sustaining all of the damage from Kinderheim.
Simply has way too much survivability, although the engage goes through, but it doesn't matter, they don't have the damage.
Oh my god, just
Throwboy's
Casper
way too tanky.
annihilating everyone there at that moment. Oh no, I'm not so sure if they're able to survive this one. There's dash in and out from
Ego.
Swagger. He's really low!
It's not enough yet.
And Kunai goes in for the dive, the knockout strike to seal the deal. And now again, Jox, the only one left. And I can't believe TDS, it's just the turtle up in this game. This is how fast things are going now.
Yeah, Surreal once again dying, Willy going in, but cannot find anything of value. Is going to fall down once
Oh my
again.
gosh,
And
Casper!
Just almost. Oh, they have too much damage, and they don't have enough survivability for the damage.
Yo, we're just talking about the Bruno. It's looking really good right now. It's gonna get its first ever win. Okay, Jox.
Perfect
I
suppression
actually,
there.
yeah, he got caught in by the second skill of the Clint. I actually thought that would have been canceling the ultimate of Bolt, but still Ultra Legends alive and kicking. Throwboy wasting no time, going straight for that Lord. Nurdle rather. Oh wait, it's the Lord. I got confused for a second
Oh,
with
it's
how
the Lord,
fast
yeah.
these are going now.
With how the game is going, yeah, you pretty much wouldn't guess the Lord is already there. But yeah, first Lord going for Ultra Legends. They have a 10k gold lead, well, almost 10k gold lead in their favor, pushing into the base really effectively. And I think this is contesting with the first game of the day for the stompiest game so far. So much domination by Ultra Legends. Only 1 kill by Kinderheim.
Oh my god, who was the who was the only one that got to oh, it was only Kunai. Okay, so yeah, maybe there's a no death challenge here and Kunai just lost that challenge. Now the Lord is up for Ultra Legends once again. I am not so sure this is not yet the luminous one, but this is enough to create pressure for Kinderheim once again. Like what I mentioned, they don't have anyone to burst down the members of Ultra Legends. That is so tanky at this point. They have a lot of sustain, but they get bursted down! Their only damage
That is
dealer gets
so
bursted
beautiful.
down there. Double kill for Casper.
I think this is the
It
end.
looks like Ultra Legends, yeah. They're looking to go for the end. There's a penalty zone for back by some time.
damage.
Throwboy still alive. Jox again, the only one left. Casper gonna try to go for the chase, but it's still not enough for Kinderheim as Ultra Legends taking in the victory for this round. A clean sweep for the team.
Talk about a way to win your match. Such a stomp by Ultra Legends in the second game. Winner of match number two is going to be Ultra Legends, and they will be moving forward to the monthly qualifier. Huge execution, huge play, and really well done. They played so well this series.
Yep, Ultra Legends. The last time that they gone up against Kinderheim, they were able to finally find the right groove here, the right draft as well. And I think it was very evident as well, wherein they actually went for the heavy sustained as well for themselves. But knowing that
Yeah.
there's not a lot of AoE for the sides, there's not a lot of bursts because the Matilda is more of like a single target damage dealer, not really like an AoE, right? So the Valentina just has a lot more advantage here when it comes to the composition. Plus, it's not just a Valentina we have to worry about. It's Casper that pretty
Yeah.
much deleted everyone from the map.
Exactly. Pretty much. Casper, well, funnily enough, I think Casper was doing kind of his stuff on the side for a moment there. Kind of like in the second game, we had the same thing with Bruno. But this time around, he joined the fights, wasn't picked up, and had the follow up from the team. I think the Fredrin really just such a survivable champion, such a tanky champion by itself that it was kind of impossible to try and lock him down. And when you're focusing on the Fredrin on one side, Bruno had free time to pretty much out attack, get good enough damage, and not suffer the consequences of the play that we've seen from Bruno all day long. First victory for the Bruno, by the way. The curse was broken finally in the last game of the day, so good for Bruno. But overall, just Ultra Legends dominating as much as possible and giving a call for how strong they can be as a team and how other teams have to be careful about them.
Yeah, TDS, they just heard you. They're like, oh no, zero win rate for the Bruno. We'll show you zero win rate. We at least close out the day by giving the Bruno at least one win today. And I think it's just
Yep.
an overall team effort, I think, for Ultra Legends to make that happen. Can you imagine how much damage Throwboy was sustaining at that time? He was going up against four and he still didn't get taken out. I don't think he had deaths in that match because it was only Kunai, right? By the last few minutes of
Yeah.
that game. It was only Kunai that got taken out. I'm not so sure
Yeah.
who was shut down in those last few moments, but it was pretty much evident that the front lines were just pretty much covering for Casper and just making sure that he gets to free hit everyone.
Exactly. They just opened up the space really, really well, and it's a good showing of a team, right? Giving the space for your carry to be able to do what his name implies, carry, is one of the most important things out of a team. And you need to be really good at knowing where to position, how to position, what timings do you want to play with so that your carry is not in the worst spots possible. I think that the side of Ultra Legends did that really, really well. Also, the Kaya pick coming in, they saved the roamer for the last, and I think the Kaya was a really nice pick there because it just opened up a lot of opportunities, but also the pick potential was so consistently good by them.
Yeah, they didn't really reveal it just yet, right? Like we were just I just kept throwing out like the Angela would be such a good combo, but they were
Yep.
like, no, we're gonna wait out of what the side of Kinderheim will pick because I think it really dictates the tempo, right? Like what should they surprise them with? What should that last pick be? And that Kaja made it really difficult, right? Like Jox was either uh Jox gets that ultimate and he gets bursted down there by the members of Ultra Legends. So pretty much after
Yep.
Jox is down, the Matilda of Dr. Miracle can't really do that much of a burst damage as compared to the Clint. So damage wise, they have the sustain. Damage wise, not really. Especially if Jox is out, especially if Dr. Miracle is out, they really have no damage there for the side of Kinderheim.
It kind of actually reminds me of the Kufra we saw in the previous series, where they waited for the Kufra pick and then find so much value with it, thanks to the huge effect that the rumor had overall on the map. And I think that's exactly what the Kaya ended up pulling off here and able to define. And I think it also goes to show a bit of the current meta game, right? The huge impact that the roamers can have if you give them the priority. Like maybe either priority because you're super strong or priority because you want to counter them with a more effective champion.
The Kaja pick enabling Casper to just explode and just carry that game up until the very end. But of course, we can't count out the other heroes that enabled him, Naomi, and of course, Throwboy just soaking up all the damage. And like what I mentioned, like all he needed to
Yep.
do was have one or two items, and he can definitely sustain all of the damage coming through for Kinderheim.
And he did precisely that. Like most of the time, it was him kind of throwing his body in the middle of everyone and just soaking up as much damage as possible, whilst also dealing damage. Not gonna lie, he was still dealing quite a bit of damage, but his main job was soaking the damage out. And as we can see here in the highlights, from the first turtle we saw to start of the game to the continuation of the whole game, it was consistently finding the opportunities for Fredrin to really shine through in a lot of those plays and then make the most value out of it.
Yep, there's a lot of sustain, even from the start to finish. And honestly, I'm wondering if this hero is gonna get a nerf hammer soon because I haven't seen any
Good.
announcements on the nerfs just yet. So it took quite some time also for the Fredrin to settle in the meta, and ever since, right, it has been pretty much evident in more or less all of the drafts here. So there wasn't anyone to burst him down, and he pretty much can sustain all of the clashes here. And you just see it. One appraiser's rat, it's enough to take in a major objective.
Exactly, and each of these objective fights that we can see are just the setup starting with Fredrin and also the Kaya kind of going in there. But because they are soaking so much and enabling the team so much, it just feels like they are never going to die. Obviously, they have at this point pretty much they were running the show, so it's kind of difficult after the previous fight to really say like Ultralegends were doing anything magnificent. But the particular part that you need to focus here is Fredrin's value to survive as much as possible and soak up as much damage as possible, and then the Kaya setting up for the team's success as well. And Casper dealing damage.
Yeah, you see this, right? Like Throw Boy. I don't know. This guy just loves. I guess that's why his name's Throw Boy. He just throws himself in
Kind
and
of.
soaks up all the damage for everyone else, right? I do love the appraiser's rat coming in from Willie here, but it wasn't uh, able to do much, right? Knowing that Casper is just there, as long as he's able to get in those basic attacks up, it is enough to take down everyone from the entire team. And I think by this time, the last like one or two lords is already enough for Ultra Legends to seal the deal.
Yeah, and importantly, after one point, obviously it becomes easier, but you still need to play around the fact that you have the lead and you can push the lead forward. So obviously, you don't need to make a much bigger effort than just to win it out. By the way, it was Throwboy the one that ends up dying as well, so he messes up the
What
kill
that?
score for the side of Ultra Legends. Of course, it had to be Throwboy, but he did his job pretty much in the whole continuation of the game. And just finishing on the point, like they were needing to push the issue, and they forced their advantage really early on and never let go. Like they had a whole grip on the neck of KD9 for the whole duration of the game.
Yeah, it was like, wow, this Frederin's immortal. The entire game, he hasn't been taken out. Like, I mean, he's taken in a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if like half of the damage from the entire team is him taking it all in. And
Yeah,
yeah,
kind of.
honestly, such a good draft coming in from the side of Ultra Legends at that. And they just were able to enable everyone to be able to reach this point. And of course, we have to take a look at our roadmap for CDS before we head over to the last few minutes stages of this arena esports. Of course, Team Occupy winning in that 2-1 earlier, and Ultra Legends, of course, closing out the day with a clean sweep in this best out of three. And of course, they both qualified to the monthly qualifiers.
Exactly. After two really good matches, we have our qualifying teams playing for, as shown, the prize pool of $1,200. First place gets the 650, all the way down to fourth place getting just 100. But overall, huge, huge value for them. And I think Arena Esports wins. So overall, really good value and really interesting play we're going to see in general from all of these teams.
Looking forward to see the next few qualifiers as well, and looking to see who else will be joining in the tournament here. Because of course, check out Arena Esports for more information on how to register for this tournament. And yeah, this is our first time casting TDS. Any final thoughts before
Yeah.
before we head out?
Really interesting day of matches. Really excited to see what's going to come through from the rest of the qualifiers. Remember, first qualifier towards the first monthly qualifier. We still have four more or three more after this one, so it's going to be really exciting to see the overall playing field and how many teams are going to excel through. And also, it was a really fun experience. Hope to repeat it more. And follow me at TDS Casts. It's over there.
Awesome. So go ahead and follow
Plugging
TDS
myself.
Cast. It's so annoying that I'm always going towards this side because sooner or later I might actually find myself teleporting to where you're at. But yeah, go follow TDS, go
Pretty
follow
much.
Arena Esports, go follow me as well because I might actually be right beside TDS. Who knows in the next few months, right? Because we have a whole lot more qualifiers. So stay
Hopefully.
tuned here in Arena Esports for more MLBB action. But for now, this is TDS and Burger Kim, and on behalf of the production team here of Arena Esports, thank you so much for joining us today, and see you guys in the next Arena Esports MLBB tournament.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! The rave, don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave, 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 rave. Now everybody from the front to the back, yo. Everybody from the front to the back, back, yo, 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 now everybody from the front to the back, go. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.